in peace. Creeping along, walking the street. 'Cause you talk so much. Yeah, you talk so much. Just listen to your conversation, just about the separator.
everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council evening meeting to order. Roll call vote. Roll call, please.
Vieira. Goods.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the Tampa City Council. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Today is Thursday, April 8th of 2021. We're here at Old City Hall at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard. Tonight's quasi-judicial and land use meeting of the Tampa City Council is being held during the COVID-19 state of emergency, and it's being conducted live, as you heard, with an in-person quorum present in City Council chambers. However, in response to the COVID-19 restrictions, members of the public are encouraged to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. These meetings are held in accordance with the emergency rules of procedure as adopted by Resolution number 2020-225 and as amended by Resolution number 2020-490 and 2021-241. Now, tonight, the public and the citizens of the City of Tampa are able to watch this meeting, listen and view it on Spectrum Channel 640, Frontier Channel 15, and live on the internet at www.tampa.gov/live stream. Now, because there are multiple ways to participate, I'll go through them briefly. Council and members of the public, for those who want to participate remotely using CMT, it is necessary to pre-register for the public hearings, and that information is available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI. Now, with regard to the device that you need in order to participate remotely, it must have either a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera or a microphone. Cell phones and smartphones are not compatible for quasi-judicial hearings, as they will not allow you to share your camera when connected. And again, for more information about the ability to participate in the public hearings via CMT, including the link to registration forms and detailed instructions, again, it's tampa.gov/quasi. Again, there's also ways to communicate via email at councilquasi-submissions@tampa.gov, or by U.S. mail. Now, Council, for the benefit of the public, particularly the applicants and other participants, who elect to submit evidence during the time of the hearing must submit a complete electronic copy of all documents presented during the public hearing to Council Quasi-Submissions, one word, at tampa.gov within 24 hours of the conclusion of the hearing. Now, if you do not have the ability to participate remotely for using a CMT device, you can use facilities that are made available to you here at the public, where you can view the meeting and participate at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard on the second floor. Please note that use of masks and social distancing inside the building are required. Now, written comments and other documents may be accessed for the public to view at tampa.gov/agendas. Now, written comments received by mail or email have been distributed to City Council and also will be included in the permanent record of the meeting. All public comments received by mail, email, or via CMT will be afforded equal consideration as if the public comments were made in person. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelby. Before we begin the agenda, I'd like to defer to Councilmember Dingfelder, who'd like to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Council. It's with a heavy heart that I ask Council to provide a posthumous commendation to our good friend Jim Reese. Jimmy Reese, also known as Coach, served this council and this city and my office, as well as Yola Capine, as a legislative aide for a number of years. But earlier in life, Jimmy was a star quarterback for the University of Minnesota Golden Gophers back in the 1950s. I think at some point he took on the name Coach, and it stuck with him over the years. Jim grew up in New York and eventually ended up out on Long Island, raised a wonderful family, his wife Peggy, and his 3 children, 1 grandchild. Ultimately, he was involved in city government. He was the mayor of Patchogue, New York, in Long Island. Jim is the kind of guy who never met a stranger. I think pretty much all of you knew him in some capacity. In his final years, he loved to hold court over at Oxford Exchange, and he had his chair there, and no matter who came by, he had a conversation, he had a chat. Mr. Chairman, I think that's how you got to know him pretty well, and Bill Carlson, you as well. But anyway, so the family's going to do their own service coming up pretty soon, but in the community, the folks over at Oxford Exchange are actually going to, Jimmy was Irish, obviously, Jimmy Reese, and they're going to do some sort of form of a wake. And they're going to put his photograph up on the wall, and they're going to put a name plaque on his chair. And it will forever be Coach Jim Reese's chair. Well, with that, council, I'd like to do a commendation and take it over to Oxford Exchange that evening. And I think we have a date. I'll announce it later in the meeting. I think it's about a month from now. So with that, a motion for commendation. I appreciate it.
Do we have a second from Councilman Goods? All in favor? Aye. Aye? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. You're right. He had his chair at the Oxford Exchange, and if I were sitting in that chair and he walked in, I just automatically knew to get up and pass it on to him, you know, out of respect. Always a very nice man, and that's how I got to know him and had many, many conversations with him. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just quickly, you know, I saw him, I went to Oxford almost every day before the pandemic, and I would see him there, and he would always wave and say hi, and finally one day he said, "Are you ever going to sit down and talk to me?" And so I sat down and talked to him, and I didn't know his background, and he was connected to Yoli and you, and he ended up spending hours and hours with me as I became city council member, talking to me about the background of city council and how things work, and if I had a question about something, I'm still a novice at all of this, but I could run over to him and ask him a question. He would give me all the answers to what was going on. And so I was there yesterday and saw his empty chair, and it's going to be really sad not having him there anymore. Thank you.
Councilman Citro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, John, he was a superhuman being, friendliest man I'd ever met. Give you his advice all the time, whether you needed it or not, but he wanted you to have it. I never had conversations with him at Oxford Exchange. However, I did share trivia night with him many night at Beef O'Brady's on South McDill. Again, brilliant man, knew his trivia, and he will be missed. So, John, you are correct. One heck of a human being.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you, Joe. Thank all of you. I just found in my calendar this event over at Oxford, and really everybody's invited. Anybody who knew Jim will be on April 27th at 7 p.m. And we'll miss him greatly. Thank you for your kind words, and I know the family appreciates it.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can say this. I can echo everything that's been said. He was an individual that never raised his voice, and he just said his piece, and you understood exactly what he said. Every word had a meaning, and that's what I remember him the most. He was a very cordial individual, very well-mannered, and besides being a very good athlete, he was a great human being. That's my feeling about him.
Thank you,
very
Charlie.
much. All right. Thank you. May I have a motion to open items 1 through 11?
So, a second.
We have a motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
before we begin with this evening's meetings, this would be an appropriate time just to remind council that if there's been any ex parte communications, to disclose those prior to you taking your vote, hopefully at the start of the meeting. And also, while we have this opportunity, to remind people that there have been items uploaded for public inspection, as I said earlier, and I'd like those to be received and filed, please. By motion now.
All right. We have a motion from Councilman Goods. We have a second? Second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. we go to item number 1.
Yes, good evening, Chairman and Council. This is LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. Chairman, I would like to briefly just introduce you to our new staff member. Zane Hussein is on the line. Zane started with us about 6 weeks ago. He is an urban planner too. Zane will process rezonings and special use twos and alcoholic beverage sales permits. Zane comes to us with over 7 years of experience in urban planning. We are certainly happy to have him on our team. And Zane will present a couple of cases for you this evening. So I just wanted to make that introduction to you for tonight.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Thank you, great to be here.
Great. All right.
Thank you so much. And if I can share my screen, we'll go ahead and get to item number 1.
All right, we can see it. Go ahead.
And thank you so much, Council. And this is REZ 2092. This is a continued public hearing. This is for the address of 5440 and 5430 West Tyson Avenue. And just as a reminder, Council, this request was to rezone, and this is from IH Industrial Heavy to PD Plan Development. So the case was before you on February 11th. In response to council comments at the February 11th public hearing, at that meeting, along with meetings that were held with the community members, the applicant has made quite a few revisions on their site plan, which has been submitted to our office. So there are a couple of things I would like to review with you, and these are the changes that were made to the site plan. One was in response to the concerns regarding the project's density. The applicant has reduced the number of multifamily units from 650 to 495 units. This has changed the project's FAR from 0.88 to 0.80. And this has also reduced the number of residential buildings from 5 to 3. I will show you the site plan shortly that was submitted. The applicant has increased the restaurant and retail square footage that has been increased from 5,000 square feet to 14,000 square feet, and 2 commercial locations on the site. So that square footage of the 14,000 square feet is split between 2 locations on site, and I'll indicate those on the site plan that I'll show to you momentarily. And they've increased the size of the clubhouse. There were additional changes that were made to the site plan, and these were as a result, some of them were as a result of the building placement. And these are relocations of the solid waste areas. They also added conceptual property lines to the site plan to indicate the restaurant and retail spaces, added a secondary egress for residential units, relocated the covered parking, modified the residential phase line on the site plan, added access point, which serves the commercial use, and updated the green space and tree counts. So what I'd like to show to you now is the revised site plan. This contains the site data, but this is the site plan that was revised and submitted. So you can see that there is in this area identified in the orange, there's the 8,000 square foot of restaurant or retail space located here in the northwest portion of the site. Also located here in the area identified in purple is 6,000 square feet of restaurant or retail. So that was the additional areas added for commercial. These are the access points located on the north side of the site. And then here are the placements of the 3 buildings that you'll see on site. And the amenity and clubhouse has been located here, just south of this restaurant retail.
This is Kate. We've lost your shared screen capability. We can't see the site plan anymore.
Oh, I apologize.
There we go.
Is it up now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So, yes, so the restaurant, I'm not sure how much you were able to see, so I'll just go over. The restaurant and the retail component has been split into two areas on the site. So this is the first area in the orange in the northwest corner of the site. And then this is the other area of restaurant, retail, in this area identified in the purple. And that's 6,000 square feet of restaurant or retail. The access points are at the north that are located on site. This is the access point to the commercial. And then the areas that are in gray are the building placements, and these are the 3 buildings proposed. The clubhouse amenity area is located in this part of the site. So that is the previous plan that was provided. Just to show to you, so council, just as a reminder, staff reviewed the request, found the request consistent. There are modifications to be made to the site plan between first and second reading. And just a reminder that the changes that were made by the applicant were in response to city council and community directed changes. And some of the changes were as a result of the staff requested items, such as solid waste, just for functionality of the site. So the applicant does agree to these modifications, and staff will submit the revision sheet for the record.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council? No? All right, I see
I did a quick question.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Dye?
Yes,
Okay, good evening.
good.
The comp plan category for this parcel is what?
The future land use
Yes, ma'am.
is CMU 35, I believe.
CMU 35. So and how many acres is the total parcel? Approximately?
Let me go back. Hold on just a second. Yes, it's CMU 35, Community Mixed Use 35.
And the total acres is approximately what?
Hold on just a second. 18.54.
18 and a half?
Yes,
Okay. So,
18 and a half acres.
so typically, if something is like has the 35, that means 35 units per acre, and if it multiply that times 18 and a half, let's see, hold on.
$647, I believe.
So that's 647, and they're coming down to the 495, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
They would have a total of 495 units from 650.
Okay, and where are those 3 buildings as related? I was a little having trouble orienting myself. Where are those 3 buildings as related to the chlorine plant that we were talking about the last time?
So this is, it's actually bring up the actual aerial of the site. So this is the site that is outlined in red on the aerial. And the buildings are located within this portion of the site and along this southern border of
Okay.
the site.
So it looked to me like perhaps the
Yeah.
restaurant was closer to the chlorine plant?
Well, to the north is one restaurant retail component in the northwest corner of the site. Yes, closer. And then there's one restaurant component that's located within this area here.
Okay.
Of
All
my
right,
cursor.
maybe Ms. Batzel will go into that a little bit more. Thank you, Ms. Staub. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Thank you
you're
very
welcome.
much. Anybody else? No? All right. Mr. Hay, are you next, sir? Or no?
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff.
Are you sworn in,
we-
sir?
Hello. We've reviewed the request and the modifications, and we continue to find it consistent with the comp plan.
All right, just raise your right hand if you would, and anybody on the screen, Ms. Batzel, I see you too, so we can swear you in.
Yep.
Martha as well, good. All right,
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Can I log in instead, like
Thank you.
remotely, or
all right. Nothing else, Mr. Hay?
like the other?
Nope, that's it for us. I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, Ms. Doc, anything else? No? All right,
Nothing additional, Chairman.
all right.
Thank
We
you.
have Elise Batzel on the line, I believe you're up.
Yeah, go to webinar. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of council. Before we started the presentation, I have one housekeeping matter. I neglected to note one change that I didn't send over to LaShawn, and I just wanted to put that on the record. In the rush to get a new plan to the city, we neglected to update the transportation notes on the plan. The updated intersection proportionate share determination is in the record, and it now amounts to $308,076. This includes the transportation mitigation fee, but it also accounts for our prop share payment. We have agreed to pay that earlier for this. We'll pay both of those payments, the mitigation payment and the prop share payment, at building permit. So I just wanted to note that for the record, and we'll make sure that that is notated on the plan between first and second reading. May I share my screen that says Suzanne Walker? I don't think you've let that panelist in, but that's on our team as well. And that's where I have the PowerPoint. Okay, great.
All right, we see it, go ahead.
Excellent. Elise Fatzel, for the record, Stearns Weaver Miller, on behalf of the applicant. If you recall, on February 11th, we came before you for the project located at the southwest corner of the peninsula of Rattlesnake Point. It is actually an 18.55 acre parcel. And as we've discussed and you've heard numerous times, Rattlesnake Point is envisioned in the comprehensive plan as an area for transition from industrial to residential and commercial mixed uses. During the February hearing, we presented a project that was mixed use. Even though there is no requirement in the comp plan or the code that this is applied on a project-wide basis, this project had both components. We provided a public boardwalk to provide access to the water, and we provided visitor boat slips. There was a lot of thought that went into this original design. The developer incorporated many elements that went above and beyond the requirements of the comp plan and the code. But after the last hearing, we had time to go back and really rethink a lot of things on the site plan. We also went back and took a hard look at the density issues and design issues, and we believe that today we have a much better project. We also had a meeting with the leadership of SOG, including Sean Brown, Stephanie Pointer, Caroline Bennett, and Callie Denal. And we made substantial revisions to the plan after the last city council meeting and after those meetings. So I'd like to go over the major changes to the site plan. As LaShawn noted, the first significant change is the significant decrease in density, and the second is the significant increase in the commercial component. So you might be able to see this a little bit better on these colored site plans. Councilman Dienfelder asked the location of the buildings. So the location, if you look on the right of the screen, you'll see the modified site plan, and you'll see that 2 entire residential buildings have been removed. And we've taken a new residential building and shifted it south towards the southeast portion of the property. From a density perspective, we went from 649 units to 495 units. That's a 24% reduction in residential density. We went from 34.9 units per acre to 26.68 units per acre. Again, we eliminated 2 of the multifamily residential buildings. And also significantly, we increased the commercial component on the site plan from one 5,000 square foot restaurant to 2 restaurants. One of the restaurants is 8,000 square feet and one will be 6,000 square feet. This is a 180% increase in the commercial square footage. Now you are probably asking us, where in the world did we come up with that density number? We actually sliced and diced these numbers a number of ways. When we were last at the hearing, we took the projects that this council called out south of Gandy. If you recall, these are the projects that this council has considered since taking office, this particular council. And when we talked about averaging the number of units, you may recall that my concern was that if we just average the number of units, we're not actually comparing apples to apples. So what we did in this density study is we took the percentage of the maximum allowed by the comp plan and we averaged that amount to come out with an average. So if you see the Inner Bay project, which was approved at 22.99 acres, the max there was 24 units per acre. So that was approved at 96% of the maximum density allowed under the comp plan. We did the same for the Tyson project. We did the same for the Trask project. And so the percentage, the average percentage of the maximum was 89%. So we applied that average to our project, and that's how we came up with our density of 20. We're actually at 26.68, slightly under that. But there was a reason to the madness, so to speak. We also know that there has been a lot of discussion among staff, among the community, among council about mixed use. And what is the appropriate amount of mixed use? And I know that staff is looking at possibly rewriting these sections of the code. And while none of us know how that's going to come out, we really significantly increased the amount of commercial square footage on this site. It's important to note for the record that under the comp planning code today, again, each project is not required to have that mixed use component, but we did integrate that mix of uses into our project, and we have further enhanced that as follows. First, the area that you see in orange was the original 5,000 square foot restaurant. You'll see that the restaurant has been expanded by 3,000 square feet, and the outdoor patio area has also been expanded. The area in purple is a second retail restaurant pad where we'll have a 6,000 square foot building. That will be a 6,000 square foot restaurant retail space. We also increased the parking that was provided for each of these areas. One of the things that I think we all recognize, regardless of code, is that there really is a parking issue out on Rattlesnake Point. So what we've done is we've overparked those public spaces slightly so that the public will have 19 extra spaces to park in if they're visiting the boardwalk or if they're coming to other areas on Rattlesnake Point. I wanted to use this graphic just to remind you of the public spaces and the open spaces on the site. If you look at all of the areas that are not grayed out, that is conceptually all of the space that's open to the public, all of the public amenity spaces on the site. We did a calculation just to show you how much is this mixed use. We talked about the square footages already, but we wanted you to see on an acreage basis what percentages were committed to commercial development on the site. So the commercial acres, if you look at restaurant pad number 1 and restaurant pad number 2, we have dedicated 3.139 acres, which is 17% of the total site area, to commercial uses. If you look at the public use areas, that's the boardwalk and the public boat slips, that's an additional 0.446 acres, or 2% of the overall acreage on the property. So our total percentage for non-residential on an acreage basis is 19% on this revised project. Waivers, we still have none, which is actually remarkable in an 18.55 acre site. When you go in and redesign a plan like we had to fairly significantly, a lot of the changes that LaShawn mentioned on our list, revision list, was really just trying to move things around and make everything fit given that we did have such significant changes. One of the issues that was brought up by Mrs. Pointer actually at the last meeting was how FEMA really works in this area. There was concern about how buildings would be constructed, and so we provided this graphic to just show visually and conceptually how that works in a simple manner. We did send this to Mrs. Pointer earlier in the week, and Nicole Lynn, who is our civil engineer, can answer questions or go into more detail, but I'm going to sort of give you the layman's overview. Basically what happens, you see the arrows pointing to the residential buildings and the amenity center. Those buildings will be constructed high on a podium and will have parking underneath. So if you look at the small, the little cutout where you see the house in the lower right-hand corner, you can see that the idea is that they're then elevated for safety above areas where in a 100-year storm, the waves might be higher. So this is really how any property in this area throughout the city of Tampa would be required to build under the new FEMA regulations and the new Florida Building Code requirements. As you may remember, obviously one of the issues that we discussed in the last hearing was the chlorine plant on Rattlesnake Point. And after the first hearing, we realized that we needed our expert, Martha Ira, to do some further studies and due diligence on chemical formulators itself in order to give council and the community more information on the safety measures that are in place at the plant. So with that, I would turn it over to Martha to just give you a few comments on the record, and then I'll take it back over. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, so we did the research, as Elise mentioned, and we found that a report that chemical formulators submitted to the EPA indicated that they had the following safeguards installed at the site. A production building, an enclosed production building to contain the chlorine containers with a chlorine scrubber, a water deluge system over the rail cars, a chlorine detectors in the process area and around the perimeter of the facility, and an emergency shutdown system that's triggered by the chlorine detectors. So these devices are designed to minimize the likelihood of a chlorine release. They also have operating and emergency procedures with periodic employee training. So these safeguards, the engineered safeguards and the practices are recommended by the Chlorine Institute, and they're also components of the OSHA and EPA hazardous material regulatory compliance program that Chemical Formulators has implemented at this site. And also we found a online EPA compliance database that showed no violations for this site.
Thank you very much, Martha. Before we concluded, we did want to provide council with updated renderings. Since we did significantly change the site layout, we wanted to show you how the site would lay out from an aesthetic standpoint. So this first slide is the view from the end of Tyson Road, where you enter into the private easement area. As you can see, we've created this walkable boulevard, which includes benches and green space to really enhance the pedestrian experience. This boulevard also provides an attractive way for the public to actually get out to the waterfront. And although we aren't required to provide any type of boulevard since this is a private easement, we wanted to make sure that the project was really integrated, not only with our surrounding neighbors, but with the entire community out there. This view is very similar to what you saw during the first hearing. This is the view looking south along the water, adjacent to the original restaurant site. So if you're familiar with that area, this would be looking south directly from Schultz Shack. So our vision here would be an open air outdoor seating area with water views for everyone to enjoy. You can also see how the pedestrian boardwalk is going to look. As you go down towards the south, it will wrap entirely around the western border, the southern border, and most of the eastern border that's on the water. In fact, I believe that we have over 2,000 feet of linear public walkway here, boardwalk. Again, as we mentioned, there will be designated visitor boat slips so that the public can access the boardwalk and the restaurants. The boardwalk and the public boat slips kind of provide something that's been missing in South Tampa. There are not a lot of spaces where the public really has true access to the waterfront. And so we hope that this will definitely be an amenity, not only to our residents, but to the public at large. We really believe that this is going to be a magnificent project, and we've worked really hard since February 11th to listen to everything that council said, to listen to the input that we got from the community and the members of SOG. Between the February hearing and tonight, we've already provided competent substantial evidence in the form of both expert testimony and written documentation that we meet all of the applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan and the LDC. Your staff has confirmed that again this evening. During the February hearing, we also provided competent substantial evidence to address hurricane shelter mitigation, questions regarding the chlorine plant, transportation issues, and the coastal high hazard area. If you have any additional questions on those issues, we'd be happy to represent information or answer any additional questions. But in the interest of time tonight, we thought we would wait for questions since that's already part of the record. I also wanted to remind you that the direct adjacent neighbors have all
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you
Thank you.
for your time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just for the sake of due process, did she need much more time to finish?
Do you want another 30 seconds?
Sure.
Okay.
I actually was just going to say that we were just trying to note that we do have the support of all the direct immediate neighbors to the north, to the east, both Viper Ventures, Salt Shack, and Old Dutch. So our immediate neighbors are all in support of the project. We did have 2 meetings and multiple correspondence with the SOG leadership about this project and tried to incorporate most, if not all, of their concerns. So with that being said, we requestfully expect for approval. Our whole development team is here to answer questions. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from council members? Hearing none. Do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak on item number 1?
Good evening, City Council. This is Eileen Rosario from Development and Growth, and we do have one person here in the public who is willing to speak on this item.
Thank you very much.
And I wonder if I believe Ms.
Huh?
I believe they have been sworn, the speakers on the second floor.
Yes, everybody on the second floor has been sworn in, so we're good to
Is
go
that
here
correct?
with the in-person speakers. Carol Ann Bennett.
How did you know? Before you start timing me, can I get an extra 30 seconds? I probably won't need it, but I don't want to get cut off mid-sentence.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I am presenting competent and substantial evidence from the 2016 staff reports that recommended against changing the comp plan and putting residential units next to a hazardous chemical plant. Both the city and county staff said it was dangerous. At that meeting, Councilman Suarez stated that in 5 years, he's never before seen a text amendment called dangerous. These are some excerpts from the 2016 staff reports. Creates a public safety concern, clearly inconsistent. Only one point of ingress and egress could pose potential danger, especially if the heavy industrial use is located between the residential and the only exit. Does not promote the overall health, safety, and welfare of Tampa residents. Not appropriate until hazardous and toxic uses are permanently removed. In the event of an emergency, the road would likely be closed, isolating residents and potentially placing them at risk. There is no information about measures that would protect residents. This leaves that issue to a subsequent rezoning phase. There should be some discussion of mitigation methods rather than simply deferring to the rezoning process. The discussion at that meeting is a little disturbing. There's much talk about the danger to residents and whether the city would be liable for what they did in 2016, or if that liability would be postponed to the future, to the rezoning, which is today. They go so far as to say that the city cannot be sued for planning level decisions, only for PD rezoning decisions. They said the danger of the chemical plant and the ingress and egress must be considered during the rezoning process. Yet, at the first Rattlesnake Point rezoning, 5105 Tyson, City Council was not even made aware that the chemical plant existed. There is no evaluation or testimony today from city chemical or emergency experts to advise council. So you really have no idea how dangerous this is. The city has not presented facts or opinions about the danger level. Only the applicant has, even though it was clearly the intent of City Council in 2016 that this would be done at the rezoning. Here are some excerpts from the 2016 discussion and testimony. Staff, the City of Tampa has numerous objections to potentially dangerous conditions. You have access limited to one-way on and off the peninsula. You could have many people living on a corner that will not be able to leave. That is an issue of public safety. City Council, if there's an explosion or event, who would be held liable? If the city were to make a mistake, wouldn't that mistake be made as part of the PD process rather than at this point in the process? If we were going to be blamed for anything, wouldn't it be for the way that we evaluated the risks for the PD? Isn't that the place that we would decide the details about this? When it comes to any type of negligence, the council, the government, is immune to liability on planning level decisions. It is disturbing to me that in light of the enormous liability the city may have in the event of an emergency, an expert city safety evaluation has not been presented to City Council. I ask you to deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the only person in person to speak, but we have a few registered speakers. I show 5 on my list. I'm not sure how many we do have. If the clerk would bring them on, we'll swear them in and we'll go from there.
Chair, everyone is on. They just need to turn on their video. Thank you.
All right, if you are to speak, please turn on your video so we can see you and we'll swear you in. All right, I see Sean Brown and Stephanie Pointer. Who else do we have? I have Jean Strohmeyer, Priscilla, and last name Deneau? Yes. All right, Priscilla is on, and is Jean Strohmeyer here? All right, if you would all please raise your right hand, we'll swear you in, and we'll start with Stephanie Pointer.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do. And for the records, the clerks did receive written comments for this item.
I do.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with Stephanie Pointer. Yes, ma'am?
Hey, good evening. I had surgery today. I broke 4 bones in my leg. So I'm going to keep this very short. This isn't about overbuilding SOG. It's about building where it's dangerous for folks to live. I know that everyone in this meeting knows about Piney Point in Manatee. Today is your chance to prevent something similar from embarrassing the city. This project and the one that was presented at 5301 West Tyson should never have even been considered. The greed of the folks who think that it's a good idea is unconscionable. None of the developers will be living here. Tonight, your opportunity to say no to kicking common sense to the curb. Tonight is your opportunity to ask city staff to install another box or a public safety box to their staff report for things like dangerous chemical plant next door or across the street, closer than the CDC says it's safe. Tonight is your opportunity to do what the city council should have done in 2016. Just say no. The city seems to worry about getting sued for not giving some rich guy what he wants to do with his land. Well, no one made Viper Venture buy that land next to chemical formulators in 2004. No one is forcing the developer to buy this land. No one. This development, if it were on Trask or Interbay, would be a different conversation. But our city is already struggling with public safety that is dangerously behind in keeping up with the population that is here now, or that is approved, or coming soon. To add to the existing problem, an apartment complex on a dead end, which is 499 feet from a chlorine plant, which I measured, is irresponsible and dangerous. Caroline Bennett is there in person and submitted the 2016 report from David Hay at the Planning Commission that said no to changing these rezonings in Rattlesnake Point. That's been submitted for the record. I believe Ms. Dock's name was on that as well. If Planning Commission said no in 2016. Why would you say yes today? Tampa City Council needs to read the 2016 report before making a decision. They should also review the City Council minutes. Please, for the love of God, save folks who could fall victim to these developers who have no qualms about putting unwitting tenants next to the dangerous facility. Gentlemen, for the safety of our city, the buck stops here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we wish you a speedy recovery. Next up, we have Jean Strohmeyer. Yes, ma'am? And I think you're muted, if you would unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Okay. My name is Jean Strohmeyer. I am here to speak against this property based on the fact that it is in a dangerous situation. Again, we've seen these chemical spills, in different parts of the country, and it's just simply dangerous. The chemicals don't stop at walls. I just think that all the discussions we've had about smart planning needs to be utilized. We need our voices heard. We need these, we just not need to be heard, but we need action, and we need it's a beautiful facility that they want to do. I'm not going to fault them for that. It is really pretty. However, the people living there, well, unless they have a boat, or they just won't be able to get out. And as Steny had said, and Carol Ann said, that they didn't want it in 2016 because it is inherently dangerous. We shouldn't have it now. So just save the people. And it's going to be bad enough with hurricanes, but now we've got that extra added chemical that would create just bad problems. And if it happened in the middle of the night, how is anybody going to get people sleeping and wake them up and get them out of there? But for going straight through the environmental hazard cloud, they will have to go through to breathe that on their way out. So I suggest y'all make smart decisions here. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Next up is Priscilla. Then we have Sean Brown and Mr. No. Priscilla.
Hi, I'm Priscilla Partel. I live in the SOG community. This project will add 4,097 trips to the local roads. The 3 Tyson Avenue apartment complexes combined will add 8,445 trips to the local roads. One of the developer's official traffic study says that a new light at Tyson in West Shore will cost $2 million. But this project will probably pay less than $200,000 of that cost. We, the taxpayers, have to subsidize the rest. And how long will the residents have to suffer through the traffic of all that construction? And 9,000 more cars before the light is even built. Will we suffer for years? Recently, the zoning administrator and the city council denied a request for an apartment complex to be built on local road because it's prohibited in city code. The code says the apartment complexes must be built on collector or arterial roads. But apparently that only applies for an application for special use instead of rezoning. It is exactly the same circumstances, but the requirements are completely different. There is no common sense in that. Norfolk, Virginia is often commended for their efforts to adapt to rising waters and to deal with sea level rise and climate change. According to Tampa's recent sea level rise presentation, Norfolk's policy is for new development plus established residential neighborhoods to retreat from the shoreline via housing buyouts. And their policy is to maintain but not expand key roads and sewer and water utilities. At the same time, they are enhancing their coastal economic engines. They are making major investments in structural protection in areas that have key economic assets essential to the city's future. They are encouraging additional dense mixed-use development in those coastal areas. That seems to be the exact opposite of what Tampa is doing. Tampa's policy seems to cross our fingers and hope for the best. Please deny this irresponsible density increase in our most vulnerable area and plan responsibly for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Sean Brown.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Perfect. Before I get started, may I request an additional 30 seconds, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Sean Brown here, president of the Gay Civic Association. I'm in my truck right now because it's Thursday and we're got our grocery store open. Hopefully one of these days I'll get all of you to come down here and see the 100 and now I think we've served 170 families so far this evening. So at any rate, here this evening on this rezoning, I do want to thank the developer, Elise, and others reaching out to us on March 16th to discuss the updates and continue to get our feedback. Obviously what y'all did, heard from a lot of residents about the have stemmed from Piney Point, 300 homes that had to be evacuated, the businesses and all that such. And a lot of residents are very concerned, is Rattlesnake Point another Piney Point with chemical formulators? And I think those concerns are valid, that folks are bringing up. We don't know the stability of chemical issues that it can cause. That the reservist base or the reservist facility on there, they do actual drills. And in the event something does happen at chemical formulators, they have active drills where they prepare for something. I guess the question begs, do we, is the developer going to have to require drills for residents who have to learn in the event something happens? Also we, was brought up the flooding and the hurricane and how FEMA's classified. One of the things I saw in the redesign was that from the ground, the first floor is 10 feet, 8 inches. Now, granted, if we've got a, 14, 15 foot storm surge coming in, the first floor of the actual apartments will be flooded. And so, I talked to some insurance agents and some said they wouldn't insure anybody, give renters insurance or anything out there on that in this project. Some have said that they would, but it's going to be at a very high cost. And then when talking about chemical formulators out there, there's really nothing in policies that says if something were to happen, our residents covered. So, there's a lot of issues right there for residents, as far as are they going to be able to insure their lives, their goods, and things of that nature as well. It's one of those things Stephanie mentioned. If this project was elsewhere, like on Trask, Interbay, elsewhere, I like the changes. I like the changes that were made. I really do. Do I think it's fit for Rattlesnake Point right now? I don't think so. I don't think this project's fit for Rattlesnake as it is right now. I think the city needs to work hard to get chemical formulators to move in order to really begin a transition. The city worked hard to get the ConAgra facility moved in downtown out of Water Street, because certainly Jeff Finnick and his group want to continue to build that area. And so the flour mill is moving. I think the city needs to focus a lot of efforts and resources to work with chemical formulators to get them to move off the point. So that way a true transition can occur and the issues, the safety issues can go away. I look at 3 S's: safe, smart, and sustainable. This project can be that in other parts of the city. Right now at Rattlesnake Point, and given what's going on with Piney Point and the $200 million price tag that the state's gonna probably get stuck with, and we as taxpayers are gonna get stuck with, because the HSK, they're not gonna have the money to pay anybody back on that. So I think, there's a lot of liability that the city is, going to absorb should something happen with chemical formulators. So in hindsight, we don't know a lot yet, but I think it's probably behooved the city. And given that there were discussions in 2016 on this, it would probably behoove the city to finally put some resources to get chemical formulators relocated. So that at this point, I ask that you guys reject the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Deneau, you're the last speaker.
Hi, my name is Callie Denham. I'm the Port Tampa Civic Association president.
Given the location of this proposed development and the lack of infrastructure around this area to support such growth, our association does not support the project. A traffic study conducted in 2007 by Tyndale Oliver and Associates, a planning and engineering firm, stated the city needed major improvements south of Gandy in order to keep up with the increase in development back then. Not only were those improvements never made, but the growth continued. I understand traffic studies are conducted for each project to determine impact fees, but they're not currently painting a clear picture. For this particular study, the 444 apartments nearly completed at West Shore and Inner Bay have not opened and impacted the roads yet. We will also see increased traffic from the 216 units going up at Trask and McCoy, 205 units going up on Inner Bay, 22 townhouses at West Shore and McCoy, and the townhouse project that was approved just a couple of months ago on West Shore, where the traffic from this development will feed into. How is the city sure they'll be able to safely evacuate in the event of a hurricane in 5 years when all of these projects are complete? The study completed by professionals stated West Shore Boulevard needed to be 4 lanes beginning at Tyson, continuing to Fair Oaks Avenue. It stated a southbound lane should be added on Manhattan Avenue from Gandy Boulevard to Tyson Avenue. These are just a couple of the improvements the company said would need that were not done. This was 14 years ago. Dale Mabry was at 97% capacity and West Shore Boulevard was at 95% capacity at that time. As Priscilla stated, this project and the other 3 Tyson Avenue apartment complexes combined will add a significant amount of travel to a local road and require a traffic light installed at Tyson and West Shore. After how well the recommendations went over from the 2007 study, we have no idea when that light would be installed. I do appreciate the applicant revising their plan by reducing the number of apartments and adding retail, which is highly desired in this area, but I do not see how our roads can withstand this type of growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our registered speakers and public comment in person. Do we have any questions or comments from council members before we go to rebuttal? Councilman Dingfelder?
I'd like to defer if anybody else has any questions.
Anybody? Hearing none. Did you have anything, sir?
Yes. I had a couple of questions to Ms. Ira, or I don't know if it's Dr. Ira or Ms. Ira. So to start with, you indicated that in your research you couldn't find any EPA citations. And how far back did you go on that?
The report went back to 1997, I believe.
Okay. Are you familiar with a 1998 spill that at that plant that involved 68 people being sick?
Yeah, I am, and they didn't receive a citation from that according to the information that I saw.
So you don't think
and
that
actually,
was so you don't think that was important to tell us as related to your information?
Well, I only had a short amount of time, and I was focusing my outline on the safeguards that they installed, and but I'll address that release that occurred.
Okay. And how about
because they had another one. Sorry.
I'm sorry. How about the 2005 incident that resulted in an EPC investigation, Hillsborough County EPC investigation, and also
I think that was
several people getting sick?
Yeah, that was in 2000. The incident actually occurred in 2003. Maybe the investigation happened in 2005.
Okay.
But the incident occurred in 2003.
So you didn't feel that was important to tell us about?
Well, like I said, I was focusing my talk on the safeguards that they've installed because we wanted to convey the information that we found out about the plant on the safeguards that they installed.
Okay.
But
and I've only got a limited amount of time, so I'll let you explain further when Ms. Batzel comes back on her rebuttal. How about Homeland Security? Is this plant subject to Homeland Security after 9/11, and why?
The plant is subject to the CFATS rule. It's the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism statute, CFATS. I didn't really look into that because none of that information is publicly available. You would have to talk to somebody at the facility to find out. But because they have the chlorine ton containers and 150-pound containers, they would be subject to the CFATS rule, and they would have to submit a security report to the DHS, but again, that information is not publicly available.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Graniteville, Georgia chlorine disaster that involved 3 railroad cars that came off the tracks?
Yeah, they didn't come off the tracks. It was a switching error by the railroad, and it caused the 2 trains to wreck.
Okay, and how many, you remember how many people died in that incident?
I think there were 12.
Okay. I've only got 9 from the
Maybe you're right. Maybe it's 9. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I do remember it was 3 members of the public, and the others were at the mill that was right next to that railroad site.
Right,
but
and hundreds of people hospitalized, correct?
Right.
Okay.
That would be considered a transportation incident. When you think about it, that type of accident could happen anywhere because those rail cars travel across state lines, city lines, et cetera. And it is the worst incident that I'm aware of regarding a rail car.
Are there rail cars filled with chlorine that get moved around this plant and this facility?
There are rail cars sited at that site. Yes, they do come in on a rail siding, and they're parked there, and they unload chlorine from them.
All right. Can you predict what direction, if there was an incident, can you predict what direction that chlorine plume would necessarily go?
It would depend on the wind direction at the time of the release and other atmospheric conditions.
So it's possible that it could go to the west toward this proposed development, correct?
If the wind were blowing that way. But like I stated, they do have a deluge system over the rail car, and they have an emergency shutoff valve. And the emergency shutoff valve, of course, wouldn't work in a train wreck, but during normal operation, the emergency shutoff valve would typically engage and stop the flow of chlorine so that the only amount that would be released would be the amount that was in the transfer hose at the time.
Okay. And in Graniteville, the release was 46 tons. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, and it was a 90-ton rail car. And so in a train wreck, it didn't release the entire amount. It released the 46 tons. Actually, about that amount. I saw a different number, but that's about what I saw. So I would like to say something about
let me finish up my questions, and then Ms. Batzel can decide how much time she wants to devote to you. And I'm sure Mr. Chairman will give you all the time you need. Do we have anybody our transportation staff on? Ms. Doc?
Yes, Councilman Dinkfelder. Jonathan Scott is on the line.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Jonathan Scott, Tampa Transportation Planning.
Jonathan, good evening. Refresh my memory, and I'm sure it probably came up last time, but it's been a while. In terms of, was there a traffic study done either by the city or by the developer on this project?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the developer did do a traffic study for this project.
Okay, and how many trips are we talking about for these 495 new units?
For the project, let's see, there was like a net daily trips of just around 4,000 daily trips. I know they just updated that since they reduced the units.
Okay, and are any? I'm trying to go fast because people want me to go fast. Are there any failing roads that these 4,000 trips dump onto? Failing roads and/or intersections? And I say failing, I mean in terms of their current level of service. Being, are there any level D or level F? I think if my children came home with D's or F, I'd call it failing. So.
Yes, there was failing movements from the project that had project traffic in it at West Shore and Gandy, and also Gandy and Manhattan, and they have prop shear mitigation for that those failing movements.
All right, so we're pouring 4,000 additional trips from this project onto some failing roads and some failing intersections. Is that correct?
Well, those are daily trips total, but actual trips to those specific failing movements, it's not exactly 4,000, but it's broken up into the distribution.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Ms. Ira.
Yes, sir.
Is David Hay there?
Yes, council member, I'm here.
You know, I think the applicant has tried to do a lot of different things to get this project moving, and I'm appreciative of that, but after getting additional information and then I'm looking at past transcripts, it seemed like this issue came up before, did it not?
Well, I think the residents in SOG did bring up the 2016 text amendment that the recommendation, I believe, and I don't have that in front of me, but I do believe they were correct. The recommendation from staff at that time was that the text amendment was inconsistent. But, and I believe city staff was in agreement with planning commission staff. Remember, we make recommendations, and the final determination was by Tampa City Council at that time that it was consistent. So the language was changed, and we are now reviewing these rezoning requests on that language that City Council adopted.
So we're saying the language before, when this came up, was inconsistent, correct?
Well, there was already language within the comp plan prior to 2016 regarding Rattlesnake Point. A private text amendment came in, like any other applicant can, and sought a change to the text regarding Rattlesnake Point. The staff reviewed that based on the policy direction at the time in the comprehensive plan and recommended that the proposed language by the applicant was inconsistent. But City Council is the final determiner, and it was found consistent and the changes were made to the language.
Ms. Wells, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to remind City Council that today you apply the language in the comprehensive plan as it exists today and not as it existed in 2016. And regardless of staff's position on the 2016 amendments, that was 5 years ago. Today you've got a comprehensive plan and you're obligated to abide by the terms and conditions in the comprehensive plan.
Mr. Shelby, did,
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
you're good? All right.
Thank you, Ms. Wells, for that. Is Ms. Ira?
Yep.
Yes.
And you're the expert for the applicant, correct?
Yes.
And again, Ms. Wells, you may chime in if I'm wrong what I'm asking. I mean, in your expert opinion, do you feel that putting this project at this location is safe for residents?
Well, it's not really my role to tell you whether you should put the project in or not. I mean, if what you're trying to ask me is whether chlorine is safe, chlorine has hazardous properties and it does carry a risk, but so do many other things that we are used to using and doing in our daily lives in our communities. You know, we have electricity in our houses, we drive cars, we fly airplanes. And the reason we're comfortable with those things is that we know they were designed in accordance with industry standards, and they have safety devices implemented, and there are procedures such as maintenance on airplanes and training for the flight crew and rigorous adherence to regulatory compliance. And those kinds of things are the same components to safety management systems that I described earlier for chemical formulators.
Thank you.
Councilman Citro, then Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hay, are you still there? Thank you, Mr. Hay. And I'm just quoting some of the things that are in the land use objectives for Rattlesnake Point, and I'm looking at land use 8.11, and I'll just briefly run through it real quick. Encourages the transition of Rattlesnake Point waterfront area from its current mixed-use heavy and light industrial uses of mixed-use residential, commercial, retail uses in a waterfront community in a manner that protects the public health, safety, and welfare. But yet this is still next to a chlorine gas manufacturing plant. And I'm just using this land use policy that might in the future make a point for me. Let's look at 8.11.5, and I'll get down to where I'm more concerned about rezoning abutting an existing heavy industrial uses that are hazardous to the public health and safety. That's two land use policies that you're saying are showing consistency, but it says to me, yes, Kate, give me 1 second. It says to me that this is not going to be safe from any accident that may occur at this chlorine gas manufacturing plant. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Please, Ms. Wells.
Thank you. Just for the record, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. With respect to Land Use Policy 8.11.5 and the language that Councilman Citro just mentioned, where it says, where proposed PD rezoning abut existing heavy industrial uses that are hazardous to the public health and safety, demonstration through design and accepted practices that the occupants of the new use shall not be unduly at risk from such hazards. That language, that specific provision does not apply to this rezoning application, as this parcel of property does not abut the parcel of property upon which Chemical Formulators is located. So I wanted to clarify that for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Mr. Chair, if I just may make one statement. Abutting may be a property next to one another, but I'm looking at this as a property that's abutting, only separated by a road. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, Mr. Hay.
Councilman.
And I'm asking council to apply the comprehensive plan provisions that are in existence today, and abut means the property has to touch.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, most of my questions, I think, have been answered. I guess, if you will, for the public to sort of review our understanding of this. So in 2016, the plan was changed to allow, speaking too closely into this, to potentially allow such development at Rattlesnake Point, and that's the staff reports on those proposed changes back in 2016 looked at them with disfavor, but ultimately council voted one way or another, and that vote of council reflects the plan that we rely upon today, correct? Just say yes.
Yeah. Well, you're correct.
That's a correct statement, right?
Yes, that is a correct statement.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. No, okay, good. And that was answered before, and that's just something I just wanted to make clear for my own self, et cetera. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Mr. Shelby asked me to clarify something for the record.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, at the prior hearing, this council and this councilman had a lot of concerns about the chlorine issue. And that was spoken to at length. At today's hearing, Ms. Batzel and her team, including Ms. Ira, again brought up the chlorine issue, and I appreciate that. In the interim between last hearing and this hearing, I did what a lot of us do, which is Google chlorine safety, and specifically as related to this plant. And so I will acknowledge that and admit that on the record. And that's where I came up with the 1998 spill and the 2005 spill, as well as that major event in Graniteville, Georgia, which Ms. Ira was familiar with all three of them. I don't believe I necessarily testified about them, but I used them as the basis of my own inquiry. If Ms. Wells wants to tell me to quit Googling things like that in between hearings, then I stand at fault. But I believe it's important that we all, use the skills that we have and the common sense that we have. And I made very clear not to try and testify as to those issues, but to elicit testimony from Ms. Ira, who is the expert. And I appreciate her candor after I asked those questions. So I wanted to be abundantly clear on those matters, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Shelby, and Ms. Wells. So thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize to my colleagues and the applicant and the community on this. During the last few minutes, I've been researching, and Marty's been helping me, whether I have a conflict on this issue. I think it's remote speculative, but based on Marty's advice, I'm recusing myself. But I wanted to let everybody know that I've been researching whether it is or not, and then at second reading, if it turns out it is, I'll recuse myself again. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby.
Yeah, if I can, Councilman Carlson, if I could just be clear from what you said, then based on what you believe to be the issue, you wish to abstain?
Yes, please.
Because of the appearance of a potential conflict of interest?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Anybody else? We'll go to rebuttal to Ms. Batzel. Go ahead, ma'am.
Before we continue, I'd like to understand the nature of the conflict a little bit more. If that's possible. Am I entitled to that information on the record?
He stepped out for a second, please.
I'd like to go back to that if you don't mind before we finish up. Just quickly, in rebuttal before we get to Ms. Ira and some of the issues with respect to the chemical plant. Just as a reminder, this area is part of the transportation concurrency exception area. Our expert, Steve Henry, is here on the line and can reiterate what he said at the last hearing, but you have chosen to have this, so you've chosen to be a concurrency exception area. I'll let Steve talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to put up and ask Steve to address the trip generation comparison between what is permitted by right and the new development. Steve, if you could start, and I'm just going to start my webcam sharing here. I'm going to try.
Who has not been?
Steve, nor Nicole.
Are you there? Okay.
Yes, I'm here. And I have been sworn.
You have been sworn, sir?
Yes, I have. At the beginning of the hearing.
Let's swear you in just in case. I don't remember,
Sure.
sir. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
And also Nicole Lynn, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead, sir.
This graphic here is a comparison of the trip generation of what could be built on the property based on the existing zoning that is there today, which is about 800 and some thousand square feet of office that could be developed, which is in the green, versus the blue. And the blue is actually the new development plan with the apartments and with the 2 restaurants. And as you can see, in the AM peak hour, the trip generation would be 937 based on existing versus 304 with the proposed. And then in the PM peak hour, it's 929 versus 343. So a significant decrease in what could be developed on the property based on existing zoning versus what we're requesting for you tonight. And in addition, as indicated by Ms. Batzel, this area is a concurrency exception area. Our analysis was done in compliance with your transportation impact analysis and mitigation procedures manual, in which we did the analysis, we did a methodology, which included review by your staff and approval of that before we did the analysis, and then doing the analysis to look at what mitigation is required based on your procedures manual. And that was done and approved by your city staff. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on transportation.
Any questions? All right. Who's next?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, Councilman Dingfelder.
I'm sorry, you couldn't see me. My hand was up. Mr. Henry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your professionalism as always. You know these roads as well as anybody. the ones that Jonathan Scott testified to earlier were failing, or the intersections that were failing include two that are virtually immediately adjacent to this project, right? West Shore and Tyson, and West Shore and Gandy, and those have a level of service that's failing. Do you know, in terms of the West Shore and Tyson, what the plans are for the improvements of these? When are they breaking ground? When's the city breaking ground and budgeting for this?
Well, for the Tyson and West Shore intersection, based on the counts that we've done today, it does not meet signal warning. Now, there are a number of projects along Tyson that have the condition to pay their proportionate share at such time as that intersection meets signal warnings. So basically, as the development occurs along there, then once that meets warrants, then the monies would be acquired from those developments that have that condition, including this one that was willing to pay it up front to go ahead and put that signal in. But that basically, you have to meet signal warrants. And today, based on existing volumes, it does not meet the warrants.
So is that section already failing? I thought Jonathan said it's already failing.
Well, there's a difference. Again, you have adopted a concurrency exception. So we don't look at, what we do is we look at the intersections themselves to look at what movements may be failing and to mitigate for those movements. And that's what we've done as far as your procedures, how you've adopted the code and how we've implemented it. So we're doing exactly what the code requires us to look at and how to mitigate for our impacts, including paying our mobility fees in addition to the proportionate share that we're paying for our mitigation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's the next?
And Steve, I'm sorry, I just have a few more comments before we go to Martha Ira, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Steve, I just put on the board the city's memorandum that talks about the proposed improvements going in at Gandy. Can you tell us could you just tell us about the highlighted areas and the improvements to the times and when those are supposed to open up?
They are nearing completion, so that there's really two projects that are going on there. One are the elevated lanes over Gandy that are currently under construction. And then in addition to that, the city had a project to add additional geometry to the intersection of Gandy and West Shore. And what they did is join the two projects together so that all the construction was done at one time. This is a document that was actually put out by the city that says that once those improvements are completed, which they're nearing completion now, that there'd be about a 40% reduction in the delay at that intersection.
Okay, thank you. And Steve, so if I understood you correctly, is it your professional opinion that we are meeting every requirement of the code with this project in our payments?
Yes, correct, yes.
And so to address what Mr. Dingfelder is saying, the city council would have to adopt amendments to that code?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Batzel, just let you know, Councilman Carlson is back in the room, so.
Oh, great, thank you. And I may need a little extra time if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there were a lot of questions, and I don't even know where the time went just because we're answering questions. So if you don't mind.
For the rebuttal?
She still have 3 minutes remaining for rebuttal.
But I still, Ms. Basil, I still plan to abstain. So if you, as I understand the rules, if I have any idea that I may not be able to be fair and impartial, then I have to abstain. And so, regretfully, that's it. I'm still researching this, and so if it gets a second hearing, I'll have more information to be able to pass on.
Okay, thank you. So I want to quickly revisit something that we talked about in the first hearing with respect to industrial uses being adjacent to residential. So again, we talked about this a little bit at the first hearing, but this is Channelside and Palmetto, and if you zoom in, Tampa in general has redeveloped from industrial areas to residential through its history. Sorry, it takes us a second. If you look at the Port of Tampa area, these are residential homes next to heavy industrial, 500 feet, 600 feet. The one that I just showed you was less than 200 feet. So when we last, this is an approved PD, okay? So this is on Rattlesnake Point. This is what you approved for Newport. We're talking 840 feet. For Sage at 319 feet. One of the things that Mr. Dingfelder asked was, how many feet away is our new project from, thank you, Suzanne, from the new buildings, from where the hazardous chemicals are stored? Let me zoom in on that to show you. So those buildings are 1,600, over 1,600 feet, 1,900 feet, 1,700 feet. And the point in bringing that up is really this. This is how that has developed throughout time. Industrial use. We are not adjacent to chemical formulators, which is why certain provisions of your comprehensive plan don't apply to us. We have to abide by the comprehensive plan that is in effect as of today. David Hay, I do have a question for you if you don't mind.
There he is. Go ahead, he's on.
Oh, okay, thanks. So David, your professional opinion that this development, regardless of its proximity to chemical formulators, is consistent and with the visions of the comprehensive plan as applied to this property?
Correct. It's consistent with the policy direction for Rattlesnake Point and the underlying community mixed-use 35 future land use category.
Thank you. One of the other things I want to note to council is that Chemical Formulators is not here objecting tonight. They haven't filed a letter of opposition. If you note at the Woodfield hearing, they did come to object. There was a concern because they were directly adjacent. Chemical Formulators is noticeably absent, and that is for a reason. Chemical Formulators, as Ms. Ira has said, has specific safety measures in place. And obviously, if they had concerns, they would be here tonight. Ms. Ira, you mentioned both airplanes and electricity. So are you equating regulatory oversight and the safety to, you said something to me at one point, let me ask the question differently. You said people get concerned about things like this because they are high impact but low frequency events. In other words, these things hardly ever happen, but if they do, everybody hears about them. Like a plane crash, right? Mr. Ding, is that correct?
Right, it's considered a low frequency, high impact event. That's the way we talk about it in
2 more minutes.
In risk mitigation. But I would like to address the councilman's comments about the releases that occurred in the past.
Yes, please.
Just briefly, that the release in 1997 that occurred was actually before the EPA's risk management plan regulation was fully implemented. Implementation wasn't required until 1999. That was the first year it came into effect. And OSHA had a very similar regulation called the OSHA Process Safety Management of Hazardous Chemicals, which came into effect earlier in around 1994. It had a couple of year implementation period to allow facilities to come into compliance. And both of those rules were enacted specifically to prevent accidental releases of hazardous chemicals. So it took facilities a while to kind of come into fully compliant and enact all of the requirements, because the requirements include the safety devices, the periodic process hazard analyses, the operating procedures, emergency response plans, training, all of the things that I mentioned and more that I mentioned before about the components of the safety programs, the chemical safety program that Chemical Formulators has. So the fact that they had a release in 1997, I'm not condoning a release, obviously, but they had a release in 97 before those regulations were in effect. They had another release in 2003, and they haven't had a release in 18 years. And OSHA visited the facility in 2007, and they did have 2 violations, but they weren't related to the chlorine system. And when they visited the facility in 2012, there were no violations. And I think this shows a picture of the facility coming into compliance and managing their facility more safely, so that when I talked about the safeguards that were in place initially, I was focusing on the current condition of chemical formulators. I think it shows that they've improved over the years, and I think that's something that should be considered.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much. And that's it, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. We're here to answer questions.
Councilman Carlson, is that you have anything or no?
Yeah, I apologize, everybody. Again, this has never happened to me like this before. Usually, if I research carefully whether I have a conflict like all of you all do, and I work it out with Marty in advance, and this one came up at the last minute. Marty and the attorneys have asked me just to stay on the record that the nature of the conflict is that we believe it's possible that a company or individual that my company does business with may have an indirect interest in this, a direct or indirect interest in this, and so we, to make sure that we have objectivity, I need to abstain. So I apologize again to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would not do this, but Ms. Batzel put up a map, or 2 different maps that we hadn't seen during the direct testimony. And Ms. Batzel, I'll let you decide who you want me to ask this question. You sort of testified as to those 2 maps, so I'm comfortable asking you the question. If you could put those 2 back up, starting with the one on Palmetto Beach. And if you could zoom in a little bit, you had it zoomed in before slightly. Okay, I'm pretty familiar with Palmetto Beach, but I'm not supposed to testify. But those are, to my recollection, aren't those all single-family homes that have been there a long, long time? Not large multifamily developments that this council might or might not be approving? We can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So whether it's Palmetto, or whether it's Davis Islands, or whether it's Harbor Island, or whether it's Port of Tampa, the city and the city council at those times throughout our city's history approved residential development right next to industrial uses.
But you're not testifying that you know if those houses were there first or those storage tanks were there first. You don't have that knowledge, do you?
I don't have that knowledge for this particular.
And my other question, could you go to the nice aerial that had the 3 lines on it to your 3 buildings proposed? Okay. Again, I'm hesitant to ask the lawyer, but you put this up, and I think the answer is pretty simple. The 2 projects that you pointed to earlier, Newport, which is across the water going back toward the city, and Saget, which is further closer to the mainland, they don't have to go up and down Tyson to escape a chlorine plume. Is that correct? I mean, the bottom line is, if that chlorine plume was coming onto Saget property, well, let me finish. If that plume was coming toward the Saget property, which I think you have in that square right there, or the Newport property, which you have in the blue at the top corner, if those folks were able to run, they could run inland and have somewhere to go. Okay, my only question to you is, isn't there a difference in regard to a plume that's heading out toward your proposed project where those people wouldn't have anywhere to go because the chlorine plant would be between them, and the only place they'd have to go would be the water. Is that correct?
I have to say that there was already substantial competent evidence put in the record by our expert on this, that the appropriate thing would be shelter in place. That's already part of your record. So you're assuming facts that aren't into the record saying that a flume's going to go one direction or another. Ms. Ira, in her professional expert testimony, gave extensive testimony at the last hearing about the appropriate sheltering in place that would not require those folks to evacuate. In fact, it would require them to stay right where they are.
All right. Well, I don't want to belabor this, but I would say that the nine dead people in Graniteville were probably trying to shelter in place close to that facility as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Ms. Bassel, would you like to have the final word, another minute, and then we'll close this out? Anything else?
Yes, thank you. I would just remind council that the standard by which you're supposed to look at this project is substantial competent evidence. We have provided all expert testimony on all of these technical issues, including safety. And the only competent substantial evidence that you've heard with regard to this matter has come from Ms. Ira and the maps that I have provided. What has been provided to the record from 2007 is not relevant to what you're looking at today. We believe that we have checked all the categories for competent substantial evidence, and honestly, we feel like this is a really good project, and we would request approval. Thank you.
May I have a motion to close? We have a motion to close from Councilman Goods, a second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Miranda, I apologize, sir. And please unmute yourself.
I really appreciate the opportunity, and I've been thinking as the conversation's been going on for some time about different things regarding the ammonia, the citrus nitrate, so forth, whatever it is. And I was just listening and going back in history in my mind, and I remember there was a company in the middle of close to the interstate on Armenia and Chestnut called Southern Mill Creek that had chlorine in it. It was either a distributor or a manufacturer, I don't know which one, because I never went in to join for the operation of that operation, I should say. And I lived on Chestnut Street. That was the first house that my wife and I ever bought. And guess what? There was a spill one night about 2 o'clock in the morning. A gas leak or whatever, how that came out. The police officers and the fire department, which is only a block away from either side of where I'm at, in Southern Mill Creek on Station 9, went out and knocked on doors along with the police department and just told us to stay indoors and close the windows and turn off the air conditioning. Well, at that time, I didn't have to worry about no air conditioning because we didn't have any. And it was back in the early 60s, about 62 or 63. Then I go back and I remember my childhood days, and Channelside, and right about where the aquarium is at today, maybe a little bit to the north, that's what was there. Citrus nitrate, 40, 50 feet up in the air, in volumes. And then, we talked about Harbor Island. The word came up about Harbor Island. And Harbor Island wasn't named all the time Harbor Island. Some of us may remember it was Staten Island. In Staten Island, what happened? What did they have in Staten Island? Silos. Big silos. Of what? Phosphate. Phosphate is very dangerous. It's very bad for your health, bad to breathe it, just like the gas is. And it also had, of all the things, that was in the early to mid-70s. And the people in Davis Island, God bless them, the problem that they had was when the wind blew from east to west, and those silos were in operation either loading or unloading the phosphate, half of Davis Island turned a different color. The cars, the windowsills, on the outside, everything. So that was the big complaint that we had back then. And as I see here and sit here, we still have the same complaint in different areas. Let's analyze what happened to all those areas. What happened to Staten Island? It was manufactured or product of holding something that was manufactured for shipment all over the world. There was a railroad, little bridge that took cars in and out, and they loaded also through ships, I imagine. It is now a premier location for residential use. Let's look at the citrus nitrate. And I'm not trying to say anybody's way one way or the other. I'm just trying to understand all the conversation that I've heard here for an hour and 45 minutes, which is good, very good. Conversation is very helpful. And I always had the last word with my wife. That's why I said that. And they were yes, ma'am. So when I'm looking at this and I look at the citrus nitrate, what's there now? No more Coca-Cola plant. No more banana docks. No more citrus nitrate. No more other areas that hard-working people had to do labor work in mass amounts. It's now another area that is a notification of what the city of Tampa has become. Not what it was, but what it is. And it's still growing. The citrus nitrate area has changed from what it was, residential mixed-use, high apartments, high-end, residential, commercial, but on the clean side, not what was there before. So what happened to the areas of the continent? Did they want to stay there? They say they did, but did they really want to be there in case something happened and they were surrounded by residential? Just think of that for a second. It was bought out by the developer. It hasn't been developed to some point. I guess there's plans for it. I'm sure there are. But what I'm trying to say is everything changes when the city is increasing in population because the boundaries of the cities hardly ever change. I mean, the last boundary change we had was the acquisition of New Tampa from the county in a way, where it was voted into the city. And that was, my God, it seems like yesterday, but that was 30, 40 years ago in pieces. And it's life changes with what is presented. Not maybe what I like or you like or we want or don't want. But it's incumbent to understand the whole thing. If the wind blows one way, and I'm not an expert, don't intend to be one and don't want to be one, certainly you're going to get the effects of whatever is in that manufacturing plant. The wind blows the other way, you're not going to get it. Just like you have a hurricane. If it comes your way, you're going to get it. If it goes the other way, somebody else is going to get it. But we have no control in a lot of things that we want to do and not do. But we have nature. We have taken advantage of nature. And that's why we're in the position that we're in today. Try to change things. Do you really want to leave that part or any part of the city where any type of this type of manufacturing is there? Drew Park used to be an Air Force base. No longer an Air Force base. It's changing, and more likely will continue to change as you see more and more and more demand for land for residential. So what I'm saying is, you have to look at not only what's there, but what does the public in general want in population to move in? I don't know. I can only tell you that if it wasn't that the state of New York and New England, most of the residents that move away want to come to Florida. I'm not saying this because I'm an expert. I'm saying this because I read it somewhere. And most of them want to come to Hillsborough County. I think that the taxation of high taxes in the north and northeast are getting the people weary, wearing them down, and they want to breathe a sigh of relief and leave. I can only imagine that's what it is. So it's incumbent to understand that if there is a component that is dangerous to public health, that component will realize that. And that component should and will be moving when somebody buys it and move to another area where the rail cars are very accessible. In the county areas where there's vacant land and lots of it. The city of Tampa is in a position now where a lot, when I was a kid, was $800, $1,000. Now it's $150,000 for the same lot. And that's how life is. I can't tell you what's worth something today, what it's going to be worth tomorrow. That depends on the buyer and the seller willing to pay what the buyer wants and the buyer willing to accept what the price is. So if that's how life is, I'm looking at it very realistically, and that's all I got to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Motion to close?
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The hearing is closed. What is the pleasure of council? And then we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
We're gonna.
No, after the fact.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was now.
And we only have 10 more cases, so we're good. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, let me explain. I'll read this and see where it goes. We've had a lot of discussion here tonight, and as Councilman Miranda said, it's right that we've been on this for 2 hours almost, and it's right that we've been on this for almost 2 hours because this is a really compelling issue on both sides, and there's a lot of different things that have come forward, some things that we can rely upon, some things that we can't. You know, when we take a look at the changes that were made some years ago, and then the fact that there was, you know, an objection to those changes, I know that can cause a lot of frustration and whatnot, and that's very reasonable. Some of the, a lot of different issues brought up, I think, justify a great deal of robust discussion on this. This is not obviously an easy vote. Nobody likes to vote on something where people are very, very contested and all that other good stuff, and so that this takes a lot of consideration in it. You know, the facts that I look at this, I've you know, like all of us, came in here with you know, an open mind on both sides in this regard, and there's certain things that just stick out to me, so to speak, that just stick out to me. First, you have the significantly reduced footprint, buildings going down from 5 to 3 units, down from 25%, down not only from what they were looking at a month or two ago, whenever this was, but down also from their entitlement to what the present law says that they are entitled to. They're going much less than that. We have a positive city staff report, a positive planning commission report, you know, things that are, for me, very, very compelling. These are facts that are pivotal for me in 3 ways. Number one, they're the rules that we are governed by here in City Council. We are the rules, those are the rules that that we are to rely upon one way or another. Number two, those are the rules that the property owner relied upon in purchasing the property and in going forward with it. And number three, those are the rules that a court, if we deny this, will look at in applying some level of scrutiny to a decision that we make if it goes down that way. You know, a lot of folks are you know, talking about things that happened in the past, etc. You know, comp plan change is certainly something that, you know, potentially could be talked about, maybe a little too late, right? But certainly an issue to look at there. But it's right that we talk about this. It's right that we talk about this. My fear is that if we vote this down, we're making promises to a community, promises, I guess, if you will, writing checks that when it comes time, we're going to have insufficient funds for, so to speak, and making promises to a community that we can vote something down here today, but give it a year, give it 6 months down the road, there's going to be a sequel to this, and that sequel is going to have some level of accountability. This isn't a black and white issue, the way we look at it. A lot of people have been very passionate about this. I always say in life, a lot of things aren't black and white, there's gray. There's a lot of gray here, and that's what makes this such a difficult issue here and whatnot, because we're not just dealing with, some of the issues that members have talked about, but also an area of Tampa that, we've heard a lot from in city council. So obviously that's a very compelling issue. But again, my position is if we make a denial, there's going to be some accountability for that. I really, really do feel. So just my position. So I'll put this up the flagpole and let's see what happens. And we're on number one. We're on number one. So let's go ahead and proceed with that. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity to 5430 and 5440 West Tyson Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification IH, industrial heavy, to PD, planned development, residential, multifamily, single family attached restaurant, retail sales, shopper goods, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a second?
I'll second him, Mr. Chairman.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Carlson, Goods,
No.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
No.
Motion carried with Carlson abstaining, Goods and Dingfelder voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much for all your time tonight.
Thank you very much. We're in recess until 8 o'clock. 7:53, it rounds it off. I know.
Got my head on my shoulders, my feet on the ground. I keep breaking out of the blue side of town. If you have to know, you have to know. I've been too far up, too far down. If you have to know. They went and locked me up for 47 days. Wouldn't let me out and I wouldn't change my ways. If you have to know. I get and I play where I stay. If you have to know, I'm a runaway engine on a midnight line. No destination and no track and time. I ain't worried about yours, don't worry about mine. If you have to know, since you have to know.
Roll call, please.
Viera. Goods. Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder. Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to bring to council's attention, and particularly I'd like to again remind the public of the fact that if you are a participant or have pre-registered, there is a chat function on the GoToMeeting webinar platform. That is to be used solely, if needed at all, for technological issues to communicate to the organizer. It is not to be used to communicate to anybody on substantive issues during a city council meeting. So I'm going to ask members of the public, do not use the chat function to communicate to city council during a meeting. It is improper to do so. And I'm going to ask each member of city council, if for some reason you do see a chat come in during the meeting that attracts your attention and is related to any item on tonight's agenda, that you disclose that on the record so that issue can be addressed. Likewise, I want to remind city council to be mindful of the fact that people may very well be attempting to communicate to you via email, and again to do so during a meeting, and you not being able to see it, or let me say this: if you do see it, it's incumbent upon you to disclose it. My advice to you would be to not accept and not read communications that are sent to you ex parte during a quasi-judicial evening meeting. So I'm going to caution the public, do not attempt to communicate with city council members privately during a meeting, and city council members, if for some reason you do come upon that, it's incumbent upon you to ex parte, it's an ex parte communication, it's incumbent upon you to disclose that prior to the close of the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. We are on item number 2. Go ahead.
Yes, Chairman, thank you, and Council. This is LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. Council, item number 2 is REZ 2109. The applicant is represented by John Lum and Steve McElhaney. The property address is 210 North Hubert Avenue. The request is from RS50 residential single family and RM24 residential multifamily to PD for residential single family attached uses. So I'll hand it over to the Planning Commission for their report, and if I could have the control back for my report. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission, and I have been sworn. Show my screen. Hopefully you can see it.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
The subject site is located within the West Shore Planning District, and more specifically, the West Shore Palms neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is Charles B. Williams Park, which is about 300 feet to the north of the subject site. The closest transit stop is located approximately 600 feet to the south at North Hubert and West Kennedy. And that West Kennedy corridor is served by Hart's Route 30, which connects to the West Shore Plaza and the Marion Transit Center in downtown. The subject site is located within a level B evacuation zone. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. You can see it right in the center. To the south, you could see West Kennedy Boulevard. This is North Hubert running north-south up to the interstate. And then North B is on the northern property boundary. You can see the surrounding area has a mixture of residential types, multifamily, townhomes, some scattered single-family detached. The West Shore Baptist Church is located to the northwest of the subject site at Manhattan and North B. Then you can see there's the commercial services down on Kennedy Boulevard, and then about 3 blocks to the north is the interstate highway. Here we have the adopted future land use map. You can see that the subject site and all the properties within that darker brown are that residential 35. Then to the north, as we move closer to the highway, the lighter brown is a residential 20 future land use category. Along Kennedy Boulevard, we have that urban mixed use 60. To the east of North Lois, the density goes down to the residential 10, that's represented by the tan. And then larger lot, single family detached residential is located to the south side of Kennedy in the yellow, that represents the residential 6 future land use category. The Planning Commission staff did find that the request would allow for compatible redevelopment within a planned area of the city where we're expecting development at a maximum of up to 35 dwelling units an acre. The planned development proposes a redevelopment of the site to allow for 4 single-family attached residential dwelling units at an overall density of 20.62 dwelling units per acre. That's consistent with the current neighborhood density and below the residential 35 maximum density that's permitted. The planned development would redevelop within the existing street block and lot configuration of that portion of the West Shore Palms neighborhood. The West Shore Planning District is within proximity to employment and transit, 2 community assets that the comprehensive plan encourages increasing housing opportunities near. The comprehensive plan does also encourage infill development, and this site is currently underutilized and would meet the policy direction both in the housing element and the infrastructure portion of the plan. The city of Tampa does encourage single-family attached and multifamily developments to be designed with orientation of the front doors to the street. We would encourage the applicant regarding Unit 4 just to ensure that the sidewalk does connect with North Hubert Avenue. And overall, the proposed PD supports and furthers the mixed-use density housing development policies of the comprehensive plan. It would not alter this portion of the West Shore Palms neighborhood. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the proposed plan development be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the applicant, I believe live or registered to speak is Mr. Michelini.
Chairman, I apologize if I may present.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. And if I may share my screen, can you see my slide?
Yes.
So the applicant is requesting to rezone the property to construct 4 single-family attached dwelling units. Just 1 second, I'm trying to change the mode of it. There we go. To construct 4 single-family attached dwelling units. The 0.19 acre property is located on the southwest corner of West North B Street and North Hubert Avenue. The property is surrounded, as David showed in his map, by multifamily residential uses to the north in the RS50 zoning district, single-family residential uses to the south in the RS50 and the RM24 zoning districts, and multifamily residential uses to the east in the RM18 zoning district, and residential multifamily uses to the west in the RM24 zoning district. So the project is proposed for 1 3-story townhouse-style residential building with a total of 4 dwelling units. Each unit would contain a 2-car garage. The proposed setbacks are to the north 18 feet, south is 10 feet, east is 12 feet, and west is 9 feet. The proposed building height is 40 feet. A total of 9 parking spaces, including the guest spaces, are required, and 16 parking spaces are provided through the combination of the garages and the surface parking. And here is an aerial of the site. The site is identified by this dotted red line. This is the site located with North B. To orient you on this map, this is West North B to the north of the site. This is South Hubert Avenue to the east of the site. And you can see the split zoning. The west portion of the site is the RM24 zoning. And then the eastern portion of the site has the single-family zoning. This is the site plan that was submitted. So this is the site located on North B Street, and then this is Hubert Avenue to the east of the site. You can see vehicular access from the north proposed, and then these are the 4 units that are proposed for development in the structure. These are the elevations provided. This is the north and the south elevation, and then the east and the west elevation are located on the bottom. Here are pictures of the site and the surrounding area. So the picture on the left is a picture of the site on Hubert Avenue. On the right, this is a picture north of the site. On the left, this is east of the site. And then on the right, this is west of the site, multifamily. And then this is south of the site. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition, finds the request consistent. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, please note that further modifications are required to be made between first and second reading. This concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions?
Just a quick one, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. LaShawn, in regard to there's one single-family home that is adjacent to this. Everything else, I think, is already multifamily or was multifamily or what have you. Is that correct?
Correct. Are you referring to south of that site? If I can share my screen again, I apologize. I can bring up the
Yeah, if you want to
aerial.
go back to the aerial or what have you. The only concern I have when I was looking at this, at the PD as proposed, is they're asking for, I think, what is it, 40 or 45 feet tall?
45 for the maximum height.
Right. And it concerned me a little bit, let's see.
The maximum height is 40 feet.
It's 40 feet, okay. It concerned me a little bit as compared to, the traditional single-family home. I think you showed us a picture. It looks like just a little one-story home. Now, I recognize maybe that one-story home's not going to exist that much longer, especially in that neighborhood, because that neighborhood's undergone a lot of transition. But is that something that you guys look at in terms of compatibility when you're evaluating this?
Yes, Councilman Dingfelder, we certainly do. We take a look at the properties adjacent as well as, so we took that into consideration as well as the property to the west and surrounding the site.
Okay. I mean, I realize it's only 5 feet taller than the possible single family that's next to it, that would be next to it, because single family, I think we allow 35 feet, right?
Correct. 35 feet is the maximum height allowed.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none. Mr. Michelini? Were you sworn? You were, yes, we swore in everybody on the second floor. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Go
sir,
ahead,
I was sworn in earlier.
Go ahead.
Thank you for letting us bring this to you. As the staff has pointed out, both the Planning Commission and the city staff have found this consistent. As you know, according to the report, there's a mix of townhouses and multifamily, and the area itself is in transition for being redeveloped. We're proposing 4 units on a 0.19 acre site, and this has a land use designation of Res 35, which is a fairly intense land use designation. We're proposing to build at 20 development units to the acre, which is compatible with the surrounding development pattern with the townhouses, the apartment complexes, et cetera, that are around there. You'll also notice that we're providing 16 parking spaces where 9 is required. Typically, we don't have enough room to provide additional parking for guests and that sort of thing. But in this case, we decided to put in additional parking, including the 2-car garages, plus the visitor parking and the the parking spaces in the drive aisle behind the garage. We are committing to the modifications requested by the city staff. If you recall on the conditions for the the auto storage, the proposed 4 units, the dwelling units, all were found to be consistent. And when the staff reviewed this for design consistency, which is part of their review, the proposed architectural style is complementary to the surrounding area. I'm reading on point number 8 in the staff report. It promotes the retention and reuse of the existing building stock. The design and the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of the waivers. However, the waiver granted, the purpose of this article is stated in 27-136 has been met. This also involves the interfere with the rights of others who are adjacent to this property or who might be adversely affected, and the staff found that they would not be. The waiver is in harmony and serves the general purposes and intent of this chapter and the other applicable development standards of the City of Tampa. Allowing the waivers would result in substantial justice being done, considering both the public benefits and intended use for this property. This is a property, a development plan that has been specifically designed for this area. It is compatible with the surrounding development, and the one single-family house that the councilman pointed out, it most likely is going to be phased out at some point. But this entire area is designated for redevelopment, and that redevelopment is occurring. The Planning Commission went on to find that we were consistent in terms of various land use policies. 1.2.8, promoting a range of uses in close proximity to each other, encourage compact higher density development that is compatible with surrounding character. That's 2.1.1. Limited use of resources and efficiently development pattern and more economically sound infill development. That's consistent with land use policy 2.1.2. And all exist or future land developments, man, I can go through them, but it's in your report. 8.14.1, land use 9.2, 9.2.1, 9.2.2, encourage single-family detached and designated including orientation, which we have done that. The doors are oriented to the front, and the compatible and redevelopment to sustain neighborhoods. This is a stabilization project which will go a long way toward assisting this neighborhood in being rebuilt, revitalized, and it will also end up paying for the additional infrastructure necessary, water, sewer, streets, and sidewalks. I'll be happy to answer any questions. We respectfully request your approval. Again, this is a rezoning request going from RS50 and multifamily RM24 to a planned development with a density of 20 development units to the acre when the land use designation is 35.
Any questions? Hearing none, do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak on item number 2? Do we have anybody registered to speak?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
We have a motion closed from Councilman
Second.
Gates, second from Councilman Cedar. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Miranda, would you mind reading item number 2?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. File number REZ 21-09. Ordinance B presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 210 North Hubert Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RS50, residential single family, and RM24, residential multifamily, to PD, planned development, residential single family attached, providing an effective date. And let me say that it's consistent and that the adoption would reason that the Planning Commission staff report the compliance with both the city and the county commission reports, the Hillsborough County report regarding the Planning Commission, consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population. Also, the density proposed by the development does not exceed the density applicable under the future land category use pursuant to the Land Use Policy 8.14.1. The application is consistent with the Land Use Policy 2.1.2 and Housing Policy 1.3.4, which encourages new development on vacant and underutilized land. Compliance with the Land Development Code Section 27-136, purpose of site control districts such as proposed development is shown that the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, promotes an efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure, and it meets all the requirements to my knowledge.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Tetro. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, council. Also, for the record, we're committing to making the revisions requested by staff between first and second reading.
Thank you very much. Item number 3.
Yes, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Council, item number 3 is REZ 2110. This is for the property located at 602 West Warren Avenue and 601 West Euclid Avenue. The request is to rezone from RM 18 residential multifamily, RM 16, I'm sorry, to PD Plan Development for residential single-family attached development. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission now for their report, and if you could return it to me to continue my report. Thank you.
Good evening, David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. Hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
All right. We're moving over to the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Tampa Heights neighborhood. The subject site is also located within the Tampa Heights urban village. That's the gold color here on this map. The closest public recreational facility is Phillips Park, which is approximately 0.2 of a mile to the west of the subject site. The closest transit stop is approximately 400 feet to the west at the corner of North Boulevard and West Warren. That's served by Hart Route 7, which connects downtown West Tampa and the Hillsborough Community College Dale Mabry campus. The site is located within a level D evacuation zone. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. You've got Woodrow Avenue, got the name there. Woodrow Avenue running north-south. You have Warren on the north running east-west. You could see there's a mixture of some duplexes, mostly single-family detached in this area. This vacant lot at the northeast corner of Euclid and North Boulevard, which may look familiar to you, it was recently approved for townhome development right here. To the east is the Villa Madonna School, and then we also have Graham Elementary in the northeast of the subject site. There are some commercial uses near the intersection of North Boulevard and Columbus Drive. Here we have the adopted future land use map. You can see the subject site and all the properties surrounding it in that brown are the residential 20 future land use category. To the south around that commercial node that we saw in the aerial, represented by the pink, is the community mixed use 35. Then as you continue moving south in this portion of Tampa Heights, the density increases to a residential 35 in this darker brown. To the west of North Boulevard, and to the north of West Plaza Place, it remains residential 10, which will remain predominantly single-family detached in the future. Whoops. I missed the immediate surrounding area is developed with that predominantly single-family detached with some duplexes under the residential 20. This area has built environment right now as of 5.35 units per acre. That's the overall density. The applicant is utilizing the density bonus under the residential 20 due to the land use designation. This proposed PD would be developed out at 20 units per acre. This is the maximum number of dwelling units that could be considered on this subject site. And the proposed density is consistent with that long-range development pattern anticipated under the residential 20. Proposed PD furthers several comprehensive plan policies. The attached dwellings are oriented toward North Woodrow Avenue. Vehicular access is off North Woodrow Avenue, and also front doors are oriented toward Woodrow Avenue. The design is also consistent with policies that require that buildings in urban neighborhoods maintain a consistent overall setback from the public right-of-way. Lastly, the comprehensive plan promotes the development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy, which encourages infill development in areas with accessibility to employment and transit opportunities. And overall, the PD would provide a development pattern that would be comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern, and is also consistent with that residential 20. So therefore, tonight, the Planning Commission staff is recommended to you this evening that the proposed plan development be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? LaShawn?
Yes, Council, thank you. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination, and just let me know if you can see my screen,
Yes,
my PowerPoint.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for this request, Council, there are 3 waivers requested. One is to reduce the required parking spaces from 14 to 12. The other is to allow the reduction in the drive aisle width from 24 feet to 14.8. And then the last waiver is to reduce the VUA area, the VUA buffer. And that's on the east to 3 feet. And then also to eliminate the evergreen trees at 1 per 20 feet in that location, given the width that would be provided. The petitioner is proposing to construct 6 residential single-family attached dwelling units. The .30 acre property is located on the southwest corner of West Warren Avenue and North Woodrow Avenue. The property is surrounded with single-family residential uses. This is to the north, the east, and the south, and also residential multifamily 16 zoning district, and single-family residential and multifamily residential uses to the west in the RM16 district. So the project is proposed for 1 3-story townhouse-style residential building with a total of 6 dwelling units. Each unit would contain a 2-car garage. The proposed setbacks are to the north 13 feet, south is 13 feet, and east is 9 feet, and to the west is 16 feet. The maximum building height is 36 feet. A total of 14 parking spaces are required and 12 spaces are provided. Vehicular access to this site is proposed with one-way access on West Warren Avenue, and it would exit onto West Euclid Avenue, and I'll show you that momentarily on the site plan provided. The property has the future land use designation of R20, as David has provided for you. This does allow for the density of 18 dwelling units per acre by right, up to 20 dwelling units per acre through the planned development, with an associated development agreement. So the project proposes an increased density from 5 dwelling units to 6 dwelling units. So pursuant to section 27-140, the amount to achieve the incremental bonus density of 6 dwelling units is $24,246.60. An associated development agreement has been prepared for consideration. This is an aerial of the site. So to orient you on this aerial, this is North Boulevard, that's to the west, and this is West Euclid to the south boundary of the property. This is the property that's identified here in the red dotted line. And you can see that the property use has the mixture of the residential single family and multifamily surrounding the property. This is the site plan submitted. I think there's also another one with the close-up. But this is the site. These are the buildings this is the building proposed with the vehicular access proposed from the north with the one-way traffic travel to the south of the site. And these are the 6 lots proposed. These are the elevations submitted. So here are pictures of the site and the surrounding area. So the picture on the left is west of the site. And then the picture on the right is also west of the site, but this is heading towards the site. So this is if you start at North Boulevard and head towards the site. The site is located to the right of the screen, to the right of this site here. This is a picture on the left side of the south end of the site on Euclid. This is the east end of the site on Woodrow. So the picture on the left is the east end of the site, another view. The picture on the right is the north end of the site. This is on Warren Avenue, looking at the site. The picture on the left is east of the site. That's at the northeast corner of Euclid and Woodrow. And the picture on the right is north of the site. The picture on the left is north of the site. Also, that's the view that's looking west on Warren Avenue toward Boulevard. And then the picture on the right is west of the site on Warren Avenue. Then we swing back around south of the site. This is the southwest corner of Euclid and Woodrow. And then this is south of the site, the picture that's on the right. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request inconsistent with applicable land development regulations. Please see the findings from Transportation regarding the inconsistent finding that's provided in the staff report. If it is the pleasure of City Council to approve the waivers in the application, further modifications to the site plan are required between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dock, what, I think it's approximately $24,000 accumulated for the density bonus. And I'm sorry if I missed it, if you said it, but usually that's targeted to a specific project nearby or something like that. Is there a project for that? Ms. Wells, I see your hand.
Thank you. This is Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. There is a bonus provision agreement in your materials, and the amount of the bonus payment would be applied by the applicant to underground utilities immediately within the development. And attached to the bonus provision agreement, there's an Exhibit C, which depicts the location of the undergrounding of the utilities. And I don't know if perhaps Mr. Milford in his presentation might show that. I don't know if he's prepared to do that tonight.
Okay, so that's a novel or a newer one in this type of sort of suburban environment. I know we underground in Channelside as a CRA, and undergrounding as a general principle is good, but why does that benefit the community as opposed to just benefiting a particular developer?
Section 27-140 of your code contemplates the undergrounding of utilities as an activity that would go towards the ability to increase the density.
Okay, so that's one of the listed opportunities expressly listed in our code already?
That is correct.
All right. Ms. Dock,
yes.
If you have any input on this, I don't really understand, again, why that's of benefit to, I'm not trying to be critical. If it's in the code, it's in the code, but I don't understand why undergrounding his own utilities is beneficial to the neighborhood and the surrounding area. I thought these bonus fees were supposed to go to transportation projects or bicycle paths or things like that, that might help mitigate the impact of the project on the community.
So we actually have in the code the list of criteria, the list of items that would be considered as a bonus provided. and this is one of the items. There are several things that are listed. So it's not only transportation improvements that would be applied to that planning area. The funds would be applied to a project within that planning area. That may be typically what you might hear, but there are other options available to an applicant.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, staff.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No? Who is the applicant presenting? Is it Mr. Milford? You're muted, sir.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes. Please raise your right hand if you're going to speak. We're going to swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And for the records, the clerks did receive written comments on this item.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I appreciate your time tonight. The project we're talking about will replace 7 apartment units with 6 townhome units. And as was just mentioned, we are requesting a bonus provision, and I'll talk more about the utilities in just a minute. But with the density calculation allowed without the bonus provision would actually, the math comes out to 5.4 units, which we would be required to round down to 5. So this is just allowing us to round up to 6. And as staff has already indicated, one of the allowances within the code is to place utilities underground as one of the ways to mitigate. And of course, these are Tampa Electric and Frontier and cable utilities that surround the property on 3 frontages on poles, and those would go underground. We don't have prices yet on these, and the way the bonus provision is written, if the cost of putting those underground do not come up to the full $24,000, then we will work with city staff to either provide other improvements around the property or to write a check to the city for the city to use that money in a nearby project. So anyway, I wanted to talk, and we can answer more questions about the bonus provision if needed. I wanted to talk for a minute about the waivers. And I won't take too much longer because staff has done a good job with this presentation tonight. But one of the waivers, we are requesting a reduction in required parking. Instead of 14 spaces, we're going to have 12. We have added at the north and south end of the building bicycle mounts. And while in other areas of the city, I understand these bicycle mounts would automatically count toward parking, they do not in our case, but we're providing those to offset that reduction a little bit. But right now with the 7 apartment units that are out there, or were recently out there, as you can see in the photos that were shown, they've recently been demolished. But there was less on-site parking for those 7 units than we will have for the 6. The second waiver has to do with specifically with the width of the drive aisle, and that is, a substantial decrease we're requesting from 24 feet to just under 15 feet. However, I want to point this out that it's not just the drive aisle, but from the west end of our drive aisle, the end farthest away from the garages, to the far end of the garages is 42 feet, which normal required parking is 24-foot drive aisle and an 18-foot deep parking space, which is 42 feet. So we have that same overall depth. Also, we provided to city staff as part of our submittal, and it's in the file. I can show those if desired later in the presentation. We provided auto turn movements to show that we believe this will work. And then LaShawn mentioned the third waiver request, which is decreasing the buffer on the west side, which is between our drive aisle and the property line, from 5 feet to 3 feet. And we are, per the PD plan, installing a 6-foot high opaque fence along that property line. And I want to just make sure this is in the record. We had a fourth waiver on the plan, and this had to do with installing walled courtyards on the frontage. And Mr. Brian Seal, the president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association, submitted an objection to the city in regard to that particular waiver. And I let him know today via email that that waiver was being removed from the plan. So that objection that Mr. Seal of Tampa Heights had is no longer a part of our proposal. Mr. Seal now knows that, and he acknowledged that we had made that change. Other than Mr. Seal, out of the letters that went out, we received one phone call from a lady, Miss Dixon, that lives a block north of the project, who had questions about what we were doing, and I was not only able to answer her questions, which she thanked me for, but I was able to tell her how she could either participate in this hearing virtually or watch on television. So I don't know if she's online with us or perhaps just at home watching on TV. So had a nice conversation with her. I know it's been kind of a long night already, and this is only item 3. So I'll set aside any additional time we have for response to any questions. And I hope that our responses regarding these waivers would satisfy the inconsistency in regard to the transportation review. I believe all other departments found the project consistent, and we would respectfully request your approval tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from council members? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 3? Do we have anybody in person for item number 3?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Do we have anybody registered online to speak for item 3?
There are no registered speakers
Move
for
to
this
close.
item.
Motion clerk from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. What is the pleasure of council? I believe who read the last one? Charlie did. Okay, we'll go down the road. Councilmember Dingfelder.
Second.
And then we have a resolution after, I'm sorry, the resolution's to be adopted after second reading. Never mind, so just read the ordinance there.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will move the following ordinance, RZ 21-10, for approval and adoption on the first reading. I believe the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent, substantial evidence that development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. And I find that the requested waivers do not adversely affect or impact the public health, safety, and general welfare. And specifically, I will move an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 602 West Warren Avenue and 601 West Euclid Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RM16 residential multifamily to PD land development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes.
Dingfelder, including the revision sheet between first and second reading?
Absolutely, including the revision sheet that will be made between first and second reading by the applicant.
We have a second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Boots,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Vieira. Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Item number 4.
Yes, thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And item number 4 is REZ 2112, This is for the property located at 404 East Seward Street. The request is to rezone the property from RS50 residential single family to PD plan development to allow for residential single family detached development. I'll go ahead and turn it over to the Planning Commission, and if I could have it back, please, to complete my report.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members. David Hay again with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We move up to the University Planning District for this next case. The subject site is located just about 400 feet to the south of the Yukon Transfer Center. So that's served by several of HART's routes that connect to downtown, the university area, and Armenia and Howard Avenue. The site is located within a level E evacuation zone as well. Here we have the aerial of the subject site. You can see here's the parcel. About 1 block to the east, you have Interstate 275. 1 block to the north is that East Yukon Street coming through. This is HART's Transfer Center. This is the Home Depot that's located at the northeast corner of Florida and Yukon. You can see there's commercial uses along this section of Florida Avenue. This area is a pocket of single-family detached residential. And to the south, this is a commercial plaza. Formerly, years ago, the Kmart. It's now an auto zone. And then you have the Greyhound, the old Greyhound track to the southeast. Here we have the aerial, the subject site, and all the surrounding parcels in this tan color are that residential 10. So that area is expected to remain single-family detached in character. To the north, this pink color here is, that's the community mixed use 35. As we move out to Florida, the bright red and that you see over on Nebraska is the community commercial 35. So that allows CI, commercial intensive uses. And then further to the south where the commercial plaza is and the Greyhound track, that's actually urban mixed use 60. Has a lot of development potential on those parcels. The dark brown is the residential 35, and then you actually have some light industrial on the south side of Bush Boulevard, represented by the gray. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Existing residential built parcels interfacing the subject site along North Seminole Avenue have a current density of 6.9 units per acre. The proposed density for the subject site, if the PD is approved, is about 9.09 units per acre. These densities are within the range permitted and planned for under that residential 10 future land use designation. Furthermore, the proposed PD is similar in form, height, and scale of the surrounding residential uses found along this portion of East Seward Street. In conclusion, the proposed PD is comparable and compatible with the fine-grained development pattern within this portion of the city, and the proposal is consistent with infill policies regarding residential and its proximity to employment and transit amenities. So based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff does recommend to you this evening that the proposed plan development be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. LaShawn?
Yes, Council, thank you. And I will share my screen. And LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. And can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to a planned development to allow for development of 2 single-family detached residential lots. So the property contains 2 platted lots, Lot 11 and Lot 12 of Block 2 of Irvington Heights. The minimum lot area for the RS50 zoning district is 5,000 square feet. So the applicant requests the lots as configured to be constructed with 1 single-family detached residential structure on each lot. So given the overall lot area of 4,750 square feet for each lot, the only way to request to establish each lot is through the PD process. So the site is located on the northeast corner of North Seminole Avenue. The proposed PD setbacks for lots 11 and 12 are to the north is 7 feet, to the south is 7 feet, to the east is 20 feet, and to the west is 20 feet. The maximum building height proposed is 35 feet. And as David has shown, the property is surrounded by residential single-family detached dwellings, which are all in the RS50 zoning district, and they are surrounding the site on all sides. The total of 4 parking spaces are required for both lots, and 4 parking spaces are provided. So lot 11 driveway has vehicular access on Seminole Avenue, which would be the front. And lot 12 driveway has vehicular access on East Seaward Avenue, Seaward Street, which is the corner. This is an aerial of the site. And this is the site located in red on the map. And this is Seminole Avenue that's bordering the site on the west. You can see that this site is surrounded with the RS50 zoning, as David showed earlier. And you have 275 that's to the east of the site. This is the site plan that was provided. This is Seminole Avenue that's to the west, and you can see that these are the 2 structures proposed on the 2 lots. The top one is lot 11, and then the bottom lot is lot 12. And so you can see vehicular access is proposed on the south for lot 12, while vehicular access for lot 11 is proposed on the west. And these are the elevations provided with the site for lot 11 and for lot 12. And then these are pictures of the site. So the picture on the left is the view of the site as you're looking eastward. This is on the right, another view of the site. And then the picture on the left is another view of the site. This is more along the eastern side of the site. And then this property on the right, the picture on the right is the location of the property that is located east of the site. So on the left, you have a picture of the west end of the site. This is on Seminole Avenue. And the picture on the right is north of the site. The picture on the left is west of the site. And then the picture on the right is located south of the site. The picture on the left is looking east, and you can see the interstate is in the background of the picture. The road actually dead ends. And then the picture on the right is southwest of the site. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request consistent. If it is the pleasure of council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan are required between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, we go to the applicant. Yes, sir. You are sworn in, so you're good to go.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of council. I'm John LaRocca, Murphy LaRocca Consulting, representing the owner and applicant Danva Real Estate, and I have been sworn in. The primary purpose of this rezoning is to recognize 2 existing lots of record. Lots 11 and 12, Block 2 of Irvington subdivision, were platted in 1912, 109 years ago. These are lots of record that are 50 feet wide by 95 feet deep with a 10-foot alley in the rear. As Ms. Dock indicated, the only way these 2 lots in the RS50 district can be developed, because they're owned in combination, would be through the PD zoning. The lots are proposed to be constructed with individual single-family detached homes meeting the RS50 regulations. You have the report with you, and David Hay gave the Planning Commission report, as did Ms. Dock. There is no disagreement. I concur wholeheartedly. Application was found consistent with some modifications necessary between first and second reading. For the record, those modifications have been drafted. Those changes will be made between first and second reading if it is the pleasure of City Council to approve this zoning. The property is in the greater Sulphur Springs area. This is a classic case of underutilized property in what is a redeveloping nature of many of our forgotten neighborhoods over the years. As you know, in City Council, with many other changes you've been seeing occur within the city, undeveloped properties are being discovered, and there is interest from the development community to redevelop these properties as they were intended. With that said, we respectfully request your approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Hearing none, do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak on item number 4? Eileen, do we have anybody?
Eileen Rosario from Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
And do we have anybody registered for item number 4?
There are no registered speakers for
close.
this item.
Second. Close for Councilman Gibson, Councilman Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Vieira, would you mind reading item number 4?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 404 East Seward Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classification RS50, residential single-family to PD Plan Development, residential single-family detached, providing an effective date.
We have a second from Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Oh, and Ms. Wells.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that the motion includes that the revisions, as shown on the revision sheet, will be incorporated between first and second reading.
Yes, the motion does include that, in fact.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Next up, item number 5.
Good to see you, Mr. LaRocca.
He was here this morning too for CRA. Yep. All right, item number 5.
Good evening, Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I believe I need to be sworn in.
Go ahead, sir. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. For the record, the clerk's office did receive written comments for this item.
Okay, wonderful. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, going over file number 2114, property address 9904 North 14th Street. This is for a proposed rezoning from RS50, residential single family 50, to RM18, residential multifamily 18. I'll pass it along to Planning Commission, David.
Go ahead.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hay.
Can I share my screen? Oh, there we go. Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. You should be able to see my screen.
Yes,
Correct?
we do. Go ahead, sir.
This next, we remain in the University Planning District for this next rezoning. The subject site is the closest public recreational facility is the David E. West Park, which is about 0.8 miles east of the subject site. The property is located within a level E evacuation zone. And Hillsborough Area Regional Transit Hearts Bus 45 does serve the site, with the closest stop located just 1/10 of a mile to the northwest at the corner of North Lantana Avenue and East Linebaugh Avenue. Here we have the aerial. You could see, here's the subject site. It's hard to see, but really the development pattern in this area, it's a mixture of single-family detached and duplexes. Then this is Linebaugh, about 1 block to the north, and then you've got 14th Street running down this way. This is the CSX Railroad right-of-way that heads north and down to near the port. And then you can see the commercial and office uses to the west, centered along North Nebraska Avenue. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site and all the properties in this brown are the residential 20 future land use category. So that allows considerations for single family detached and attached dwellings, predominantly townhomes. East of North 15th Street, the density does decrease down to a residential 10, which is represented by the tan. And then that commercial that we saw out on Nebraska Avenue, that's represented by the red, and the red represents the community commercial 35. So it does allow consideration for up to commercial intensive uses. This portion of North 14th Street between Linebaugh Avenue and East 98th Avenue has an average existing density of 6.91 units per acre. Subject site is currently developed at a density of 3.46 units per acre, well below the average for this part of the neighborhood. And it's also below the maximum 20 units that can be considered under the residential 20. The proposed rezoning would allow consideration of up to an overall density of 18 units per acre for this site, and this is compatible with that underlying future land use designation and will not alter the character or development pattern of the surrounding area, especially since duplexes and single-family detached already coexist in the area. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff does recommend to you this evening that the proposed rezoning request be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, back to you, sir.
Thank you, David. Can I please have control of the share screen? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's see. Can you
We
can you see my screen?
We can see it, yes, sir.
Wonderful. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, file number RAZ 21-14 for property address 9904 North 14th Street. It is proposing for rezoning from RS 50, residential single family 50, to RM 18, residential multifamily 18. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, therefore no waivers are permitted. The subject site contains a lot area of 25,200 square feet or 0.58 acres. The property is located in the northeast corner of North Brook Street and East 99th Avenue. The property is surrounded by detached single-family dwellings to the north, south, east, and west in the RS 50 zoning district. The development must adhere to all applicable City of Tampa development regulations at the time of permitting, including required use-to-use buffering. This application will allow the subject property to be fully developed to the RM18 zoning district standards. As you see here is the overhead view, overhead map. The subject property is in the red outline right there where the cursor is. As you see to the west, you have North Brooks Street. To the north, you have East Linebaugh Ave. To the east, you have North 14th Street. And to the south, you have East 99th Avenue. Pictures of the site here. If you can see the site, this was a vacant lot right now. To the east of the site, you have an intersection with a residential family home. To the southeast, you also have another single family home. To the south of the site, we have 3 pictures here of homes, residential. To the southwest of the site, another home, and to the west of the site, another homes. To the north of the site, also surrounded by homes. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application. Reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? No? All right, we go to the applicant. If you could raise your right hand. I see Peter. Raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Am I supposed to speak on behalf of the property?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as presented, we bought this property, and when we looked at it, we wanted to do a multifamily residential on the site. The RM18 zoning is what we can adhere to, and that is what our request is.
All right. Anything else, sir?
Oh, thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? No? Do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak for item number 5?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
This is Eileen Rosario from Development and Growth, and there's no one here to speak on this item. Thank
Move
you.
to close.
We have motion closed from Councilman Citro. Councilman Miranda, yes, sir, did you have a question? Or you just had a second?
No, second.
Oh, second from Councilman Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Councilman Citro, would you mind reading item number 5?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 2114, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 9904 North 14th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date. I concur with the findings and reasonings of the Planning Commission and city staff, more especially that the density proposed by the development does not exceed the density anticipated under the future land use category pursuant to land use policy 8.14.1, and proposed use promotes the effect and sustainability used in land and infrastructure.
We have a second from Councilman Vieira. Roll call vote.
Booth. Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Goose being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Next is item number 6.
Thank you. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 21-15, property address 2710 and 2724 West Columbus Drive. This is proposing rezone from RS50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to CI commercial intensive. I'll pass this along to David, Planning Commission.
Mr. Hay, you're muted.
Let's try that again. Thank you, Zane. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We are in the Central Tampa Planning District for this next case, more specifically the West Tampa Urban Village and the McFarland Park neighborhood. The closest transit stop to the subject site is about 150 feet to the west at the intersection of North Havana Avenue and West Columbus Drive. That's served by Harts Route 15. And the subject site does fall within a level E evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial of the subject site. As you can see, Columbus Drive is on the north, and then Havana is to the west. As you can see, about from here down, it's a more commercial pattern along Columbus, and then actually to the north and east and to the south of this subject site there are single-family detached houses fronting right onto Columbus Drive. And then there's additional commercial further down near Armenia and Columbus Drive. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site and all the parcels in the red are that community commercial 35, so that does allow consideration for CI uses. South of West St. Joseph Street, it does go down to a residential 20. That's that lighter brown. And then you have some residential 10 to the west of North Havana. The north side of Columbus, directly across the street from this subject site, is community mixed use 35. That's represented by the pink. That can be considered for a maximum of commercial general uses, so a little less intense to the north. Then you have some residential 35 further to the east. The subject site is within the community commercial 35 future land use designation. It does allow for that intensive commercial development. The proposed CI zoning district is consistent with that development pattern anticipated under the community commercial 35. In conclusion, the proposed CI zoning would allow for the development that is comparable and compatible with that surrounding uses, especially to the west of the subject site. And it is, the CI is what's anticipated under that community commercial 35. So based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, David. Can I please have control of the screen?
Okay, go ahead.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Pull this up. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case number REZ 21-15, property address 2710 and 2724 West Columbus Drive. Proposing a rezone from RS50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to CI commercial intensive. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, therefore no waivers are permitted. The subject site is currently occupied by a retail sales use forest and a detached single-family residence. The property is surrounded by commercial and detached single-family residences to the north in the commercial general and RS50 district. Single-family residential to the east in the RS50 zoning district, single-family residential to the south in the residential multifamily and RS50 zoning districts, and a commercial use to the west in the CG zoning district. The site is located in the West Tampa overlay and must comply with West Tampa Overlay District Development Design Standards at the time of permitting. The development must adhere to all applicable City of Tampa development regulations at the time of permitting, including required use-to-use buffering. This application will allow the subject property to be fully developed under CI zoning district standards. As you can see, the overhead site, the site is actually bordered in red here. So as you see, the red here is parted with my cursor, that the west portions in the CI zoning and the east is in the RS50 zoning. To the north, you have West Columbus Drive, and you have commercial all along. And then to the south, you have West St. Joseph Street. And also you have RM16 right below it. To the west, you have North Havana Avenue, and to the east, you have North Tampana Avenue. Picture of the site. To the site, you'll see on the West Columbus Drive, Jenny's Flower Shop, and also residential single family. Looking on east on Columbus, see the street view. To the north of the site, you have a dance company, dance studio. To the west end of the site on North Urbana Avenue, you have Jenny Forest. South of the site on North Urbana Avenue, you can see a single family home. Looking east on West St. Joseph Street, you can see homes down the street. To the south of the site on West St. Joseph Street, you also see a residential single family home. To the south of the site, you have a vacant lot, and also you have a single family home. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. I'm available for questions.
Any questions? Nope. All right. I see Greg on the line. Please raise your right hand. We'll swear you in, sir.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members, for your time and consideration tonight on this item. After reviewing staff's report and hearing the presentation tonight, we have no further comment. We are in full agreement with staff's recommendation.
All right. Any questions or comments? No. Do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak on item number 6?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Very good. Do we have anybody down on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Move to close.
We have a motion closed from Councilman Miranda with a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Councilman Citro, I believe you were the last one to read, correct?
Yes.
Councilman Goods, would you mind taking item number 6?
Mr. Chairman, file REZ-21-15, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2710 and 2724 West Columbus Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida. More particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to CI commercial intensive, providing an effective date.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember Goods, a second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira. Yes. Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Next is item number 7. Thank you very much, sir.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case number REZ 21-16, property address 6800 North Nebraska Avenue. It is proposing a rezone from SHCI Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive and SHRS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached to Seminole Heights multifamily. Pass it along to David.
Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Zane. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. Can I share? Thank you. We remain in the Central Tampa Planning District for this next case, more specifically the Seminole Heights Urban Village. And also it's located within the old Seminole Heights neighborhood. The closest transit stop is located approximately 100 feet to the north of the subject site at North Nebraska Avenue in East Sly. It is served by the Route 400, which is the Metro Rapid, which connects the subject site to downtown Tampa and the University Area Transit Center. Also, the subject site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. This is North Nebraska Avenue. It's about a block south of the intersection of North Nebraska and East Sly. This area, you could see that there's commercial uses along this segment. This is the Seventh Sun Brewery directly to the east. You have some auto sales and detailing commercial uses to the north, and then this is the Oasis Motel directly to the south. Behind the subject site, there are some vacant lots and some single-family detached, especially down Elm Street and the street running north-south. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site and all the property in red is that community commercial 35. And it transitions, as you move westward, it transitions down to that community mixed use 35, which just allows an intensity of CG. And then you go down to the residential 10. So there is anticipation that this intersection and this area will intensify long-term under those land use categories. The subject site, again, is within that CC 35, so we are looking for single and vertical mixed use to develop long-term in these areas. And the proposed Seminole Heights multifamily residential zoning district provides an excellent infill opportunity on a transit corridor and within employment and retail services. In conclusion, the proposed Seminole Heights multifamily residential zoning would allow for a development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding uses and is consistent with that development pattern anticipated under that community commercial 35. So based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Thank you, David. Can I please have control of the screen? Thank you.
Yes, sir, we can see it. Go ahead.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Case number REZ 21-16, property address 6800 North Nebraska Avenue. This is proposing a rezoning from SHCI, Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive, and SHRS, Seminole Heights Residential Single Family Detached, to SHRM, Seminole Heights Residential Multifamily. This is the Euclidean rezoning request, therefore no waivers are permitted. The property is approximately 100 by 215 feet for a total lot area of approximately 21,500 square feet and is located at the northwest corner of the North Nebraska Avenue and East Elm Street intersection. The subject site is surrounded by a motel and single-family residential uses to the south in the SHRS and Seminole Heights Commercial General zoning districts. Commercial uses to the east in the SHCI zoning district, a commercial use to the north in the SHCI zoning district, and detached single-family residence to the west in the SHRS zoning district. The development must adhere to all applicable City of Tampa development regulations at time of permitting, including required use-to-use buffering. This application will allow the subject property to be fully developed under SHRM zoning district standards. If you look to the next slide, you'll be able to see overhead view. The subject property is outlined in red. As you see, my cursor is right along the red. To the eastern portion is the Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive, and the western portion is the Seminole Heights Residential Single Family. To the north, you have East Sly Avenue. To the west, you have 275. To the south, you have East Elm Street. And to the west, to the east, you have North Nebraska Avenue. Looking at the pictures here, to the west end of the site on Elm Street. To the site itself, with a garage, all the cars, financing. South of the site, and looking down Elm Street, you can see the single-family homes. South of the site, also single-family homes, and also the west of the site, there are single-family homes. To the north of the site, you have single-family homes. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Juan Quinones. If you could raise your right hand, we'll swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Juan Quinones. I'm representing the client, the authorized agent. We are planning to go from SHCI and SHRX to SHRM, Seminole Heights Residential Multifamily. If you guys have any questions?
Any questions or comments? No?
Yeah, just was curious, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
Gentlemen, you had to notice the various neighbors as well as the neighborhood association. I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman probably can help me. Probably OSHNA, as far as the neighborhood association, Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association. Did you get any calls or comments back from the neighbors or the neighborhood association?
No.
Nothing?
Nope, none.
Crickets, huh? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody here for public comment on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on this item.
Move to close.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Guzzo. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman Carlson, number 7.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'd like to move file number REZ 2116, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 6800 North Nebraska Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described section 1 from zoning district classification SHRS Seminole Heights residential single family detached and SHCI Seminole Heights commercial intensive to SHRM Seminole Heights residential multifamily providing effective date.
Second.
And I'd like to make a note that that the Planning Commission and staff have found this consistent.
Very good. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Vieira, Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 8.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Council, item number 8 is REZ 2117. It's for the property located at 902 East 25th Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RS 50 and CG Commercial General to PD, Planned Development for Residential Single Family Detached Development. I will hand it over to the Planning Commission for their report, and if you can place it back to me again to complete my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. This next site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the VM Ybor neighborhood. It is also located within the East Tampa urban village. The subject site is located within proximity to transit. There's transit within 150 feet of the site to the west along North Nebraska Avenue. The closest public recreational facility is Burrell Park, which is approximately 1/4 of a mile to the northwest of the subject site, and the subject site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial. It's a small parcel. Here's 25th East 25th Avenue. Then you've got North Nebraska Avenue. This is the Deeper Life Church here. It's either scattered vacant lots, some commercial establishments all along this segment. Then when you go down to the east into the neighborhood, it's predominantly single-family detached. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site and the properties to the north, west, and south in that kind of pink color is the community mixed use 35. So it does allow consideration of up to CG zoning district. Directly to the east in the brown is the residential 20. So we typically see townhome development and attached residential attached in these areas. And then within the tan colors to the north and further to the east, east of North 10th Street, it's that residential 10. So that's the areas that are long-term to remain single-family detached. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This portion of East 25th Avenue has an existing density of 7.58 dwelling units per acre. The planned development is proposing one single-family residence at an overall density of 9.09 dwelling units per acre, which is well under the density anticipated under that community mixed-use 35 future land use designation. As described in Land Use Policy 6.1.13, land recognized under the community mixed-use 35 designation are considered to be within a mixed-use corridor. Mixed-use corridors are identified as those areas with the greatest opportunity to support the gradual transformation of road corridors where intensification is possible, and encourage to create new housing and job opportunities while improving the pedestrian environment, the look of the street, providing retail and transit amenities for the residents. The proposal supports the mixed-use corridor policies by orienting the house to the street and providing pedestrian connection. It does also support the infill policies, especially land use policy 9.2.1 and housing policy 1.3.4 that seeks to direct infill into appropriate areas where transit is available, where commercial is available, and that is compatible with the surrounding area. So in conclusion, the proposed plan development would be developed with a similar form, height, lot size, and scale of the surrounding residential uses. The proposed rezoning supports the comprehensive plan and would not alter the character or development pattern of this portion of the VM Ybor neighborhood. Furthermore, the request would create additional housing opportunities within that East Tampa urban village, which is also encouraged by the comprehensive plan. So based on all those considerations, the Planning Commission staff does recommend to you this evening that the proposed plan development be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, LaShawn.
Thank you so much, LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. And I will share my screen. And can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we see a screen. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the request is a rezoning from RS50 and CG to PD for residential single-family detached development. There are no waivers requested with this PD request. And the applicant is proposing to develop the property for detached residential. The lot measures 49 feet in width and 102 feet in length. It has a total lot area of 4,998 square feet. The site is located on East 25th Avenue, as shown by the map provided by David Hay. It is also east of North Nebraska Avenue, and I'll show you further on the aerial that I'll provide. The site is located in the Belvedere Place, Gibson and Hobbs subdivision. It is lot 12 of block 6. The RS50 zoning district requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet and a lot area of 5,000 square feet. So the only way to develop the site is through this PD process. The lot does not meet the minimum RS50 standards. The building setbacks proposed are to the south, 26 feet, to the west and the east, 5 feet, north is 15 feet, and the site is located in the East Tampa overlay and must comply with the East Tampa overlay design standards. The maximum building height proposed is 35 feet. So we did an analysis of the area and of that subdivision, which was originally platted in 1905, with lots that measured in widths that varied from 61 feet to 164 feet, and with the depths of the lots at 102 feet to 300 feet. The overall subdivision included 92 lots. The subject property is located on that eastern 49 feet of lot 12 of block 6. So the overall area of analysis included 352 total zoning lots. 332 or 94% of those lots have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater. and 20 or 6% have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. So in a review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 18 total zoning lots. 17 or 94% of the lots have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 1 or 6% have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. The 900 block, when you look at the 900 block of East 25th Avenue, on both sides of the street, contains the 17 zoning lots. 16 of those lots, or 94% of those lots, have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 1 or 6% have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. A total of 90% of the subject block face has been developed with a width greater than 50 feet. So staff has identified that the existing development pattern in that study area and in the subject block and block face are composed primarily of lots that are greater than 50 feet in width. So staff finds the proposed 49-foot lot width is incompatible with the existing development pattern of the study area. And this is the conforming map. This is the site that is identified here in the black outline with the stripe running through it. This is North Nebraska Avenue to the west. This is 26th Avenue to the north, and 25th Avenue is where the site is located. And this is the pattern, the lot widths that are typical on the block. These are the lots that are referred to in the block face in the 900 block of 25th Avenue. This is an aerial of the site. The subject site is here in red on this map, and to orient you on this map, this is Nebraska Avenue to the west, 25th Avenue, the location of the site, and then this is 10th Street, which is east of the site, and 26th Avenue is north of the site. And you can see that this site has that zoning of the CG with a little sliver of that RS50, and it's surrounded to the east with RS50 zoning. This is the site plan that was submitted. So you can see it is proposing the structure, single-family residential structure, with a driveway and a garage proposed. And then the elevations are provided within the, on the page with the site plan in the upper right corner. And these are pictures of the site. So to the left is the site. This is the site, which is currently vacant. The picture on the right is east of the site. The picture on the left is west of the site. This is at the corner on Nebraska. The picture on the right is the view looking east on 25th Avenue, and you can see the single-family residential as they extend along that street. The picture on the left is north of the site. This is on 26th Avenue. And this is also another picture north of the site on 26th Avenue. There are two vacant lots. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application, finds the request inconsistent with City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please refer to the findings by Development Coordination in relation to the inconsistency with the existing historical development pattern in the immediate area. If it is the pleasure of City Council to approve this application, there are modifications required to the site plan between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, do we have the applicant in person here on the second floor?
Yes,
Item 8, please raise your right hand, we'll swear you in, sir.
I've been sworn in already.
Oh, that's right, you're in person. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my name is Blake Frazier. I am the agent for this application. I'd like to thank city staff and county commission for their study on this property. As LaShawn said, the only way to develop this site is through the PD process. So this property back in 2013 was bought through a bank-owned sale. And at that time, the property was transferred as the east 49 feet of Lot 12, Lot 13, and the west 12 feet of Lot 14 Then in December of 2016, the owner quitclaimed the east 49 feet of Lot 12 into an LLC ownership, and the owner sold the house, which sat on, Lot 13 and the west 12 feet of Lot 14 to, the future owner. That was an illegal lot split, and since that sale back in December 2016, both the vacant lot and the property that it used to be adjoined with have been transferred in ownership by more than once. Our application solely seeks to allow single-family detached construction on the vacant lot that previously existed as part of a single-family detached property. While this lot lacks the front footage and overall size typically found on the streetscape or the overall area stated in the city staff study, the zoning requirements stated in our application do. If City Council finds this application approvable, we will happily make the adjustments that City staff recommends between the first and second hearing. And with that, I will open myself up for question.
Any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none, do we have anybody in the public that's here to speak? I believe we have one registered person to speak. Anybody in the public?
Eileen Rosario from Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have the registered speaker? I see an Ivan Rivera. Madam Clerk? Do we have?
There, I is on a device that we cannot elevate.
Okay. All right, so we can't take the virtual speaker because they don't have access to the camera and whatnot. So, any other questions or comments from council? If not, we get a motion to close.
So move.
Motion closed from Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Seach. All in favor? Aye. Councilman Miranda, would you mind reading item number 8?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman. Item number 8, file number REZ 21-17. Moving orders presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 902 East 25th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described from section 1 from zoning districts classification RS50 residential single family and CG commercial general to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. And let me say that in this case, we find it consistent. The compliance with applicable goals and objective policy of the comprehensive plan and consistent with land zoning objectives 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population. The density proposed by the development does not exceed the density applicable under the future land use category pursuant to land use policy 8.14-.1. The applicant is consistent with the land use policy 2.1.2, the housing policy 1.3.4, which encourages new housing on vacant, unutilized land. And certainly this has been unutilized for many, many years. Compliance with the Land Development Code of 27-136. Proposed development is showing that the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, compatibility, and surrounding neighborhood. It promotes the effective, sustainable use of land infrastructure. And let me say this. I know that land pretty well. Raised not too far from there, that Texaco station. I forget the guy's last name, but I know his Manuel first name. Across the street was the Valdez School individual who owned that big house. And where this gentleman is talking at, this area is in transition and it needs help. This area is the one that has had a lot of bad publicity from individuals who unfortunately have not been able to take care of themselves properly. And I think this would help the neighborhood recover and get it kick-started in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And the revision sheet as well, sir.
And modification sheet between first and second reading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your help.
Do we have a second? Second. Second from Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Goods,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Clerk's gonna do some stuff, so we'll be back.
And a reminder, council, just a reminder, we're still broadcasting for those who are on the web. Thanks.
Please come blow your horn. My baby gone and left me. She left me all alone. If you say you need my loving, baby, then I'm here to love just you. If you say you want my kisses, woman, then I'm here to kiss some too. You got my heart under your control, oh baby. Woman, you don't have to be so cold. You see, I want you so doggone bad, baby. I know your love would see me through. You don't ever have to be lonely. Oh no, I'll be right here comforting you. Take my heart, it's yours to hold. Baby, you don't have to be so cold. I can see that you're a lady, all the qualities that make you mine. Can't you see, baby, that I'm so lonely? Have mercy on this heart of mine. I guess you know by now I love you, but your heart must be made of ice. Turn your head when I call you, baby. You know that hurts me deep down inside. Baby, now that you've been told, woman, you don't have to be so cold. No. Oh, yeah. Woman, you don't have to be so cold. Oh no. I love you every day. I've been scheming, I've been planning, 'cause I'm trying to get your love. Oh baby, have mercy. Oh, I love you.
Get up early in the morning just to see her eyes. She's walking around the highway in complete disguise. I don't know just where to tell you how she changed so fast, but she's the sweetest thing, yeah, yeah, in my life at last. I get mad when I see you in my bed. I can't stand to see you in my baby's face. Well, now I'm moving with it. I wanna groove with my sweet 16. I can't believe the way you hold. I can't believe the way you consume me. Only God wanna think, yeah, yeah, my little sweet 16. All the fellas just wanna touch her, hold her hand so tight. She's the prettiest little thing, yeah, out here tonight. Tell me if this gets good to you, we're down in your soul. They're trying to move your body, you might lose control. I don't believe the way you can hold me. I don't believe the way you can soul me. All I'm gonna dang, my little sweet 16. Tell you what I'll do now. Let you talk with me. Let you walk with me. I believe my. Let you sing with me. I don't wanna. I don't wanna try to control. Oh, I just wanna. Tell you what I'll say now. Tell me. Tell me. It's so good to me. Can I get it? So good to me. Yeah, I feel something low down in my soul. Can I say something? Good God.
All right. I'm gonna do a Khrushchev. All right, I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Vieira, Booth, Carlson,
Here.
Dingfelder,
Here.
Citro,
Here.
Miranda,
Miranda.
Miranda
You fell asleep?
and Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
And you should probably tell people that your gavel disappeared. That's fine.
No, it's all right. All right, item number 9. No, he's awake. Item number 9. Do we have LaShawn on the line?
She went home.
Turn the icebox on.
You said this was your house, so.
Yeah, it's cool.
This is our house.
I like it cold.
Oh, turn on the heat.
It's cold.
Did everybody go home? All right. Do we have LaShawn on the line so we can continue with item number 9? Is there a technical thing?
Maybe just jump to David Hay or something.
David Hay, are you on the line?
Did we lose everybody? It's the twilight zone. It's just us now.
Where is everyone, Steve?
When you see what happens, they take breaks late at night. 5 minutes becomes 20.
Look at this.
Oh, Nicolini's complaining.
Unmuted.
All right, we have LaShawn on. Go ahead, LaShawn. Item 9.
Is Lewis back yet?
Thank you, Chairman. Item 9 is REZ 2118. It's for the property located at 3724 West San Pedro Street. The request is to rezone the property from PD Business Professional Office to PD Business Professional Office. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to David Hay with the Planning Commission, and if you could return back to me to complete the report. Thank you.
All right, David Hay.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. You should be able to see my screen. We're moving down to the South Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Palma Cia neighborhood. Closest transit stop is located approximately 300 feet to the north of the subject site at the corner of South Del Mabry Highway and West San Juan Street. The closest public park is Palma Cia Park, which is approximately 1 mile to the northeast. And the subject site is within a level C evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial. This is the subject site in the center. This is Del Mabry Highway running north-south. We have San Pedro and West Obispo Street to the south. This is the segment of Del Mabry that is mostly built out with offices. And then off the corridor, directly off the corridor, it's all single-family detached. Here we have the adopted future land use map. You can see the subject site and all the properties lining this section of South Del Mabry Highway are all that residential 20. And then one parcel in, it goes down to the residential 10, which is the tan color. So this does have different locational criteria under the residential 20 than the residential 10 future land use category. The subject site, as stated, is in that residential 20. This designation allows for the consideration of lower and medium density residential uses, such as single-family detached, attached, and townhomes. A limited number of neighborhoods serving commercial uses and residential office uses can be considered if they meet locational criteria for neighborhood commercial and residential office uses. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the commercial locational criteria and finds that the subject site meets the criteria for consideration. The subject site is adjacent to South Del Maybury Highway, which is classified as an arterial roadway. An existing non-residential zoning is located adjacent to the site on the north, south, and west. While the site is consistent with locational criteria, neighborhood commercial and residential office uses that would have a negative impact on adjacent residential shall not be permitted. Planning Commission staff has concerns with the orientation of the proposed rooftop patio, the potential for activities on the patio, and the proximity of the adjacent residents to the east and south. Additionally, the PD proposes a 4-foot setback to the east and a 5-foot setback to the south. These concerns were presented to the applicant, and the applicant has agreed to address these concerns between first and second reading. The applicant has agreed to move the deck to orient toward Del Maybury and use the building as screening from the adjacent residences. These modifications will address the concerns of the Planning Commission staff. Additionally, city staff has provided a note in their report recommending these revisions between first and second reading, and we closely coordinated with the city staff. In conclusion, the request is consistent with the locational criteria for neighborhood commercial and office uses within that residential 20. Furthermore, the PD furthers the intent of the comprehensive plan, is comparable and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And based on those considerations and the revisions on the revision sheet between first and second reading, the Planning Commission staff does find the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much. LaShawn?
Thank you. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. In the request before you, also, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. So the request is to rezone from PD to PD. The current PD is approved for business professional office use, and then the request before you is for the same use of business professional office. With this request, what is provided is the previously approved waivers as are normally listed. These were waivers approved under the current approval, which was approved in 2017, REZ 1761. There were 3 waivers granted. One is the special street setback, the other is to reduce the backup distance, and then the 3rd waiver was regarding the use-to-use buffer, and that was on the east and the south. So the new waiver is a slight amendment of that use-to-use buffer that was granted for the east and the south. Along the east, it would reduce it to 4 feet with a 6-foot fence, and then to 3 feet with a 6-foot fence to the south. So the applicant is proposing to develop a 3,752 square foot structure with the use of business professional office. The site contains a lot area of 7,500 square feet. As I mentioned, the property is currently approved for a PD under REZ 1761, and it is approved for business professional office. That was approved with a 2-story, 3,333 square foot building. That PD was not developed. The site is currently vacant, as you'll see on some of the site photos that I'll show you momentarily. The applicant is now proposing a 3,752 square foot business professional office building. It will be located on the southern portion of the site with ground floor parking. The proposed use requires 13 parking spaces, and 13 spaces are provided. The proposed setbacks are to the north 10 feet, the west 9 feet, the south and east 4 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 45 feet. And I'll show you an aerial map with the location of the site. And as David has mentioned, the site is surrounded with professional office uses. To the north, single-family residences in the RS50 zoning district to the east and the south. And then a vacant lot residential office in the zoning RO zoning district to the west. So this is an aerial of the site. This is the site that is outlined in red in the center of the screen. On this map, just to orient you, this is Del Mabry Highway to the west, and this is West San Pedro Street, which is where the site is located. To the south is Obispo. And then this is the PD. As you can see, north of it is the PD for the Business Professional Office, with mostly commercial running along South Del Mabry Highway, and the residential in the RS50 located east of the site. This is the site plan submitted with the request. So this is San Pedro Street. This is Del Mabry Highway on the west side of the site. And you can see vehicular access is proposed on San Pedro Street. And this is the outline of what would be the building placement. These are the elevations provided. This is the north elevation that is on the left, and this is the west elevation. This is the south elevation on the left, and then this is the east elevation that is on the right side. So here are photos of the site and the surrounding area. So the picture on the left is the site. The picture on the right is north of the site. On the left, this is a picture west of the site. And then the picture on the right is east of the site. And then the picture on the left is south of the site. And then the picture on the right is west of the site. That is across Del Mabry. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent. In the event City Council approves the application, the report outlines additional modifications which are required between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions? All right, Mr. Michelini.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini, I'm representing Melania Homes, and this is going to be their new corporate office. It's a single-user business professional office as proposed. As noted by the Planning Commission and the city staff, they found it to be consistent, and we're orienting the identification of the building toward Del Mabry. The previous PD, as the staff pointed out, is 3,333 square feet, and the proposal is to replace that with replace that PD with an approval for 3,752 square feet. The parking has been met. There's no waivers being requested. 13 are required and 13 are being provided. There is a building request for identification like a small tower at the corner of San Pedro and Del Mabry. That's not clearly identified to the extent to where those where that element is, so we need to correct that between first and second reading. But it is oriented as a identification tower, also for mechanical and for the elevators. The site is 7,500 square feet, and as you probably recognize, this is just south of Beta Bay on Del Mabry. These are smaller lots that are ideal for infill professional development for professional offices as opposed to retail. A retail establishment at this corner would introduce a lot of traffic into the neighborhood. FDOT would not allow an access onto Del Mabry, and that's why our access point for ingress and egress is on San Pedro. One of the modifications that we're going to be proposing that is not on this current site plan, having met with one of the neighbors immediately to the east, is an 8-foot masonry wall along the east property line. We also need to revise the some of the information per the city staff that's noted in their conditions report between first and second reading, and we're committing to making those revisions. The challenge that we run into is how do you deal with commercial properties that face major highways like Del Mabry when they're adjacent to single-family residential properties. And so we've struggled with that a little bit. We've agreed to reorient the roof deck area, which will require revision as well, and we're committing to making that change. The small parcels on Del Mabry are really not well suited for large-scale developments, and this one is consistent, as the staff has pointed out, for business professional. And I will point out to you in the criteria required for us to meet that the proposed structure is located on the south end of the property and ground level of the building. Surface level parking is being provided, and this design allows for preservation of existing trees located around the boundary and adjacent to the site. And then number 6 is the subject site is surrounded by commercial uses on the north, southwest, and the single-family uses are on the east side. And we're, as I said, sensitive to that issue. I met with the owner and the owner of this property that's planning to go in there also met with him. So we'll be making those changes if council provides us with an approval between first and second reading. The vehicular access, as I mentioned, is on San Pedro, and that's a direct result of FDOT not allowing us to have access on Del Mabry Highway. The design was reviewed, and it was considered to be consistent with the criteria that's established by the city, including the waivers and not injuring the rights of others, or the property would be affected that would be adversely affected. The waiver is in harmony and serves the general intent and purposes of this chapter, and allowing the waiver would result in substantial justice being done. Let me go on to the Planning Commission report, where they found that it is consistent with the land use plan and the policies contained therein. There are a number, first of all, let me state that there are a number of other examples of business professional offices that abut residential either on the east or west sides along this entire stretch of Del Mabry. Compliance with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and I'm going to read a couple of the objectives. They're in your report, so we'd like to ask that they be adopted by reference. But you have land use objective 1.1 is to create the urban design which respects the Tampa human scale and unique historic and aesthetics of the natural environment, relate new buildings and development to the context of the neighborhood. We believe that we've done that, and we will improve that between first and second reading by defining those areas that are on the east side of the building and promote that privacy that we've committed to. Promote a range of uses next to each other which are compatible. Directly across to the north is another business professional office, which is a contractor's office. The same as what is being proposed here. The areas adjacent to the neighborhoods are planned for non-residential uses in a manner that are sensitive and compatible. We believe that we're taking measures which will mitigate any adverse or potential adverse impact on the adjacent residential property to the east. These are, more of the policies. 15.2.4 require the appropriate buffering. And with the discussions to the property owner on the east side, we offered a 10-foot masonry wall. He wanted an 8-foot wall, so we're committing to that. So anyway, we met the locational criteria as established in both the comprehensive plan and the City of Tampa codes and technical standards. We do not believe that we're creating an adverse condition by proposing a professional office at this location. Indeed, we have a number of examples which the staff pointed out to you up and down this portion of Del Mabry. And we believe that a business and professional office is a much more compatible and appropriate use as opposed to a retail use, which you have a little bit further to the south of this property. So anyway, we respectfully request your approval. As I said, we have some revisions to make between first and second reading, including the orientation of the roof deck, the location and the specific location of the 45-foot provision. The remainder of the building is at 35 plus, which is about 36 feet, which is normally the same height as a single-family residential structure. And as I said, we're committing to making the changes as requested by staff. We've also committed to making sure that the neighbors were aware of what those changes were, And before going to second reading, we'll be presenting those changes to them for their review and consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions at this time? All right, do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak on item number 9? Anybody in person?
This is Eileen Rosario from Development and Growth Management. There are 2 people here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Very good. Come on up if you're here to speak on item number 9. And please raise your right hand. We'll swear you in.
I've been sworn in.
All right, you're good. Go ahead.
My name's Mark Odom, and I live directly east next to the building. So I'm very happy that this property is getting built here. But the one thing that's bothering me a little bit is I just had a pool put in. And to be consistent with the other buildings across the street, you know, with the height and things of that nature, it just concerns me a little bit that the side that's where my pool is facing is 35 foot in the air, 36 foot in the air. Now the front of it, like they showed you on the proposal, is 45 foot in the front, but where my property is, it's 36 foot, I believe is what he said. That concerns me. You know, we didn't pay to have the cage put over the pool for shade because we liked the sun, we wanted the sun. In this case here, this is gonna knock my sunlight out. And that's the one thing that I have concerns. You know, just a little bit of consistency here with exactly what is across the street and what has been built. That's the problem I have. Other than that, I'm good with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. We're going to sanitize that lectern.
Eileen's double dipping now.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Phil Schlossnagel. I've got a presentation on my laptop here, so I want to show it to you. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sir.
All right. Yeah, as was shown prior, this is the general view of the intersection here, San Pedro and Dale Mabry. Looking north on Dale Mabry, you've got Terrellon Homes on the left there. That's the northwest corner of the intersection. TB Homes on the northeast corner, and this is my house over here in the shadow of the sweet gum tree here. The subject property we're talking about tonight is right here on this south east corner. As you can see, well, my wife and I have lived here coming up on 22 years, and when we first moved here, this was a single-family house. It was actually Neil Bartley Realty. This was a single-family residential property that had eventually became a residential office, and then was torn down and became this. These are both PDs, 2-story offices, parking on the ground floor, office on the second floor. This is what's proposed. Full 3-story with a partial 4-story, 45 feet tall. This is kind of a general feel for what you're looking at. Again, I live here. Mark, who just spoke, lives here. We've got the green are offices, 1 and 2-story offices. These are 2-story offices. Everything around it. This here, 1-story single-family residence here. Mark's house is 18 feet to the ridge of his roof. Again, this is proposed to be 36 to 45 feet tall, so just for perspective purposes. Again, here's kind of a general layout of the 4 properties at the corner. This one is still a residential property, 130 feet wide. This one is Terrellon Homes, 105 feet wide. TB Homes, 80 feet wide. The subject property only 75 feet wide. You see the footprint, proposed footprint, 4,217 square feet, larger than this one, which is on a bigger lot, almost as big as this one. And you can see the setbacks and the buffers, just very minimal. Here's, as Mr. Michelini added, this was initially going to be a 4-foot buffer. I met with the owner of Milan Homes last night. He said it's going to be moved 4 feet to the west, 3 feet to the north, which would give you a 5-foot setback between the Dale Mabry right-of-way and the building. So I'm concerned about the line of sight here. We already have enough, we've already seen our fair share of accidents at this intersection, and I think that would be dangerous there. Just for comparison purposes, it's supposed to be, you're supposed to have a 15-foot setback from the Dale Mabry right-of-way, 15-foot buffer on the south and east sides. That would be, you know, with no waivers required, the green area there. What's being proposed is a little more than 1.5 times what would be, you know, required without the waivers. This is what was provided to me actually last night over here, 4235 square feet, which gives a FAR value of 0.56, which is bigger than the other adjacent office buildings. But what's most critical is the maximum building height allowed 35 feet. They want to go 45 feet, and not only 45 feet with a pitched roof, but vertical, so a sheer vertical. This is compared to the other properties on the other corners. You can see the difference there. This is kind of a silhouette of the property next to mine, which I believe is supposed to be in the background there, but there is no building that big in the area. This would be by far the tallest building in the whole neighborhood, and really stick out. It's not consistent at all with the other buildings. What you're seeing here is probably about 25 feet, because you don't see the peak of the roof. All you see is the gutter line, the edge of the roof. So imagine standing on San Pedro. Here's the one on the north side, the existing building. This is what's proposed. You can see how much higher it is. Now on Dale Mabry, they're putting it 5 feet off of the property line, which is going to be extremely tall, relatively speaking. And when I talked to Mr. Lum last week, and then to Brandon Lancey last night about the 45-foot height, they'd referenced a CG zoning, but this lot is too small to qualify for a CG zoning, and the FAR is too great. So I would just ask that, as City Council has done in the past, Councilman Dingfelder, Maniscalco, and Miranda, you know, this was initially proposed as a 3-story building with a flat roof. You guys, you know, made the right decision by recommending that it be reduced to a 2-story building with a pitched roof like this. So it's a lot better looking at that than it would be, you know, a 3-story building, or in Mr. Odom's case, a 4-story building almost, you know, with a sheer wall 45 feet tall. So I would just ask that council, you know, recommend that the building be, you know, modified, the proposed building be modified to match the surrounding properties.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
All right, is there anybody else for public comment? No? Do we have anybody registered to speak on item number 9?
We did, but they appeared in person.
They did, okay. Very good. Any questions or comments from council members before we go to rebuttal?
We don't have
A what?
we don't have a photo at the gentleman just had.
No, that was a laptop
That's a laptop
presentation.
phone?
Yeah. Mr. McElhaney.
I did have a question for Mr. McElhaney. That's all right?
Go ahead.
Councilman Goods, were you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you know, in looking at this, I realized that there was a PD on there already, so, you know, clearly this, you know, a PD office is the appropriate use for this location. There's no doubt about that, Stephen. But when I was looking at the site plan, it did jump out at me as 45 feet. And as we know, you know, 35 feet is typical for, you know, for all the residential, single-family residential in the neighborhood. And most, at least as far as the testimony we just heard, up and down, you know, Mabry, even when it is office, you know, it still seems to be limited to 35 feet. I don't know, you know, I know that your client and Alana, you know, good people and don't have any problem with that at all, but I don't understand what the necessity is for the 45 feet. And frankly, it's a pretty persuasive argument from the gentleman across the, catty corner across the street there. The other question I had is to transportation. I don't know if anybody's still with us. Is Mr. Scott still with us, or?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I can't see you, but I don't know if that bothers Mr. Shelby or not.
We could change it from the monitor to the GoToMeeting. You'll be able to see him. If you could, in the control room, if you could just change out the council's monitor.
Yeah, if we can see the other gentleman.
I know Mr. Shelby likes us to be able to see people who are testifying.
No, you're talking to Jonathan Scott?
Yeah.
If we can pull up his, Mr. Scott's screen. There we are. Thank you.
You guys see me now?
There he is.
We can see you.
Hey, Jonathan.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah, the question was raised by the neighbor about the sight line and their request to come, I think it was 5 feet, within Del Mabry, or within the property line on the Del Mabry side. Does that give you any concern in terms of, visibility coming out of that side street?
Yeah, it's not a side obstruction. They're far enough over. We typically look at that in our review that we go like 14.5 feet back from the edge of travel, that stop sign, and they're well farther than that. They're like closer to like 20 feet. So it's not a side obstruction, for vehicles there.
Okay, so you've evaluated the site triangle and all that?
Oh, absolutely. We had actually put a note on the site plan too to not even put any, landscaping there too that might cause a side obstruction. And,
okay. All right. Thank you, Jonathan. So my question, so the height question really falls back to you, Mr. McElhaney. And what is the necessity to add that additional 10 feet that seems to be a bit out of character with the rest of the surrounding?
Mr. Dingfelder, what we have to do, and this was one of the questions that the neighbors raised. Obviously, they raised it again this evening. And the Planning Commission also raised this issue, as well as city staff. And what we were proposing to do, and what we've been asked to do, was to locate that 45 feet structure more clearly on the site plan between first and second reading. The concept was to push it toward Del Mabry so that it was an identification, an architectural feature, and it also was designed to hide the mechanical equipment and moving it away from the residential side and pushing it over toward Del Mabry. So that was the concept. And when we went through the design process, we revised the site plan, but we were inside the 14 days so that you're not able to see it. And at least it's not being able to be presented to you at this point. But we were making those modifications, and I don't know if you were monitoring the testimony when you were in the other room, but there were other things that we committed to that are not on the site plan, like the 8-foot masonry wall, trying to orient the building and the rooftop so that it did not disturb the residences on the east side. The last speaker is not the one most directly affected. If you look at the overhead, his property is over here, Mr. Odom is here, and Mr. Odom is the one who we were working with very closely. And as you can see from the aerial, the other corners all have commercial properties, and I think they're a little bit higher than 35 feet, but they're not 45. I understand that. So we can go back to the drawing boards, and if you're willing to give us the opportunity on first reading to come back with a revised plan that clearly shows where those defined areas are for height, and also incorporate the staff recommendations for the waivers and the requested changes that they have, and also to add the other commitments that we've made to the neighbors as recently as yesterday.
Just one follow-up question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. McElhaney, do you have an estimate on how many square feet or even linear feet coming off of Del Mabry your 40-foot appendage would ultimately be? You following me? Are we talking about just a little 10-foot section that's going to be 45 feet, and then the rest of the width of the building would be 35 or what? Is it half and a half? The drawing I see right now looks like it's about half and a half.
Yeah, the drawing needs to be fixed. We were thinking about 30 feet along San Pedro and then the frontage of Del Mabry. And that would be enough to incorporate the mechanical, all of the stairwell and accesses that we would have to have. But as I committed to the neighbors in our discussions this evening, I said it wasn't intended to go all the way down San Pedro to obstruct anything down there. And then Mr. Odom was concerned about blocking the sunlight on the backside.
Maybe you'd like a continuance so you could refine it and come back for the first reading, because I'm sure Mr. Shelby's going to have a little bit of heartburn if we leave it so vague between first and second reading. Matter of fact, he's nodding in front of me.
Actually, it's a question for LaShawn Doc, I think is appropriate. Thank you. That would be my advice. I do have that concern.
Otherwise, I'm okay with it.
Yes, LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. The changes which are proposed could require him to come back for first reading again. If you're talking about amending the height, you have the wall placement. These are changes which would need to be reviewed by the reviewing staff, and then brought back before council for first reading again.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Councilman Goods.
Just looking at the site plan and viewing some of the visual photos, from what I see, this is way out of the character of the neighborhood. So I'm hoping that Mr. McLean will be inclined to get with his client and come back with a continuance. Again, that's on him, but from what I can see right now, it doesn't look that this proposed plan is consistent with the neighborhood. So I would ask that, Mr. McLean think about that a continuance.
The only thing that I would say, Councilman, is that the neighborhood is the buffering side, and the main concern here is that it is a Del Mabry commercial corridor. Now, we can work on the other issues. If the council wishes for us, if it's we would consider a continuance to work out these various design issues related to the property, but the use is definitely compatible. The location and how we operate it is also compatible with everything up and down Del Mabry.
Is 30 days enough for you, Mr. McLean, and for staff?
I'd like to, get back in as quickly as possible. I think they would have it a minimum of 2 weeks, so 30 days would probably be appropriate.
April 22nd, it's alcoholic beverage, but it's a pretty light agenda. How about that?
Yes, LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. On April 22nd, there are 6 cases total right now.
Yeah, 4 AB sales, 1 rezoning, and 1 plan amendment, so.
If I could request that we go early in the session, if that's possible, especially since we have neighbors that are interested in our changes.
All right, so what we'll do is we have the plan amendment at 5:01. At 6 p.m., we'll put you first on the agenda.
Thank you very much, sir. And that's April 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to continue this item April 22nd at 6 p.m. first on the agenda with the 6 p.m. hearing. We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have a point of just a privilege here to give a shout out to LaShawn Dock. She is leaving the city, and she'll be a great loss, and just like to thank her for all of her dedication and hard work and helping make this a better place to live and work and play.
And I'm going to make a motion at the end of the meeting to give LaShawn a commendation next Thursday because her last day is the 16th.
And we're all disappointed.
And we're
all disappointed.
Thank you all, I appreciate it.
She will be sorely missed, and thank her for all of her hard work. Thank you very much.
That's right, thank you. Two more cases, item number 10.
Thank you, Chairman. LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 2119. It's for the property located at 2717 West Hillsborough Avenue. The applicant is represented by Truett Gardner. The request is to rezone the property from CG to PD for retail sales, convenience goods, and gasoline. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to David Hay, and once he's finished, if I can have it back to complete my report. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. Hopefully I do not cut out. My computer is starting to act up. I don't know if it's getting tired or whatever.
We got you, go ahead, sir.
Okay, if I disappear, that's what's happening. The next site is located within the University Planning District and is located within the north, is in the Plaza Terrace neighborhood. The subject site, due to the land use category and the corridor that it is along, it's within a mixed use and transit emphasis corridor. There's specific policy direction for those corridors in the comp plan. The subject site is located within proximity transit. There is transit available on West Hillsborough. And the subject site is not within an evacuation zone. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. This is West Hillsborough. We have North Havana Avenue. Mohawk is to the north behind the subject site. This is the Hillsborough Plaza with the Publix in it at the corner of Havana and Hillsborough. You could see this portion of Hillsborough is heavily commercialized. Also over to the Armenia, there's lots of commercial and office uses along this segment. Once you go north of the subject site, there is some multifamily, but the predominant pattern is single-family detached to the north. Here we have the adopted future land use map. The subject site and properties to the south, east, and west are all in that pink color. That's that community mixed use 35. Directly to the north in that brown is the residential 35. That's where that multifamily that we saw is. And then the tan is that residential 10. Over on the North Armenia Avenue corridor, the bright red represents the community commercial 35. Again, parcels are utilized for commercial uses to the east, south, and west. So the Planning Commission staff does find the proposed use of the site consistent with the overall existing development pattern. Typically, within mixed-use districts and corridors, buildings shall be placed close to the public right-of-way, and parking shall be placed at the rear of the development. Due to the unique nature of operations associated with gas stations, there are challenges with placing the proposed convenience store close to West Hillsborough Avenue and parking at the rear of the development. Planning Commission staff has determined that the applicant has addressed the mixed-use corridors policies to the best of their ability. Proposed PD provides internal pedestrian connections within the site to ensure pedestrian safety and accessibility to the amenities on site. Per land use policy 15.2.7, it does encourage buildings to be connected to sidewalk networks and and to provide shade trees along portions of West Hillsborough Avenue. Planning Commission staff would encourage the applicant to address this policy direction between the first and second reading. In conclusion, the proposed plan development is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. I should note the plan that we reviewed had vehicular access on Mohawk directly south of the multifamily, and that's the one that Planning Commission staff reviewed. There are two site plans within your packet that we saw. The only one that we reviewed was the one that had the access directly south of the multifamily. It is also this proposed PD is also consistent with the development pattern anticipated under that community mixed use 35 future land use categories. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. LaShawn?
Thank you, Chairman. And if I may share my screen, please.
Yeah, just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm a little confused. Mr. Hay made reference to 2 site plans. I just want to make sure we're looking at the right site plan. I don't know, and are they, if there's 2, or how are they distinguished from one from the other? Are they dated different, or is only one moving forward, or 2 of them are moving forward?
This is LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at the record and see if more than one site plan was submitted for review. We typically go with the site plan that would have been initially submitted and distributed for DRC review. Is that the site plan, David, that you used, the one that was discussed at DRC?
Well, there's 2 within the city's packet. One, I'm looking at one right now. It has a access point on the east side of the parcel onto Mohawk, directly south of a single-family detached. Then there's another site plan. I think these may have been done with auto turn for transportation. There's this one, it has the access further to the west along Mohawk, directly south of the multifamily. And that's the one that we had reviewed in the file.
So what happened is, this is LaShawn Dock again, Development Coordination. The applicant had to submit for reasonable reconfiguration to Natural Resources. So that's why you see the additional site plans. But the original site plan would be the one showing the access, because one is the reasonable reconfiguration, and then the applicant can certainly confirm the access points should be to the north, the east, and south.
All right, well, I just want to make sure if and when we approve the PD site plan that we know which one we're approving. That's it. Thank you.
Truett, is this your?
Yes, Mr. Dingfelder, I could clarify, and David, just so I understand your question, I think the one that you're looking at was the prior one that had the access point on the east side of Mohawk across from single family. And in talking to Ryan the other day, I think he left that one in just to show the evolution of the site plan, and that the access point has been moved west and, to your point, across from the multifamily in order to be as sensitive as possible to the single family residents behind. So just wanted to clarify.
Thanks for the clarification.
All right, LaShawn, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. So with the request before you, this PD request, there are a total of 5 waivers requested. 3 of the waivers are related to natural resources. And then there's a waiver that is requested regarding the reduction of the building setback on West Mohawk. And then there's a waiver requested to allow commercial traffic access to the local street, which is on Mohawk and Tampania. And the petitioner is proposing to rezone the property to construct a 4,745 square foot structure with the proposed use of retail sales for convenience goods and gasoline sales. The subject site contains 59,759 square feet, or 1.37 acres. It is located on the northeast corner of West Hillsborough Avenue and North Urbana Avenue. So the site encompasses that entire block. It's bounded by Tampania to the west, Mohawk to the north. And as David has shown you, this site is surrounded with residential multifamily and single-family uses. And then along the main commercial corridor of Hillsborough Avenue, you have your commercial uses. The vehicular access is proposed on Mohawk Avenue, Tampania, and Hillsborough Avenue. The convenience store will be located along the north side of the site with accessory car wash proposed on the west and surface parking surrounding the building. The proposed setbacks are to the south, east, and west 10 feet. and to the north 8 feet. The maximum building height proposed is 23 feet. The proposed use requires 29 parking spaces and 40 spaces are provided. And this is an aerial of the site. And this is the site that is outlined here in red. This is Hillsborough Avenue. And then this is North Habana Avenue, which is west on the site, and this is Mohawk Avenue. And this is the site plan that was submitted for review, and I want to just confirm with the applicant, is this your final site plan, Truett?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So this was the site plan. This is Hillsborough Avenue. This is Habana Avenue on the west and Mohawk Avenue on the north, and Tampania Avenue is on the east. So you can see the vehicular access points that are located off of Mohawk, with the access point on Hillsborough being the entrance only. And then on the east, the Tampania vehicular access point is for ingress and egress. The proposed store will be located at this location, almost centered to the site, with the gasoline pumps located here, along with the canopies. And the proposed car wash will be located to the west side of the site. These are the elevations that are proposed. This is the front elevation. And then on the bottom left is the left side elevation. And then on the right side is the front and then the left side elevation. And then also what's been provided are elevations for the actual canopies located on site. And then the car wash, the north, east, south, and west elevations. Here are pictures of the site. So this is the existing site. The picture on the left is at the corner of Habana. And then this is further east on the site, this view. And this is on the north end of the site, the picture on the left. The picture on the right is the north side of the site, and then also the west end of the site. This is on Habana. This is another view of the west end of the site on Habana on the left. And the picture on the right shows the use west of the site, the commercial use, which is at the northwest corner of Habana and Hillsborough. And then we come back around north of the site. This is the residential multifamily in the left picture. And then the pictures to the middle picture and the right picture are the single family residential as you're heading east. But these are all north of the site. The picture on the left is northeast of the site, a single family residential. And then the picture on the right is east of the site. And then this is south of the site across West Hillsborough, your commercial uses that are located in the strip center and then on the out parcels. The development review and compliance staff reviewed the request and finds it inconsistent with land development code. Please refer to the findings from transportation. If it is the pleasure of council to grant the approval and the waivers requested, there are site plan modifications required to be made between first and second reading. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gardner, if you can raise your right hand, we didn't swear you in.
Do you swear affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Great. Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. If I could, I've got a brief visual presentation, so I wanted to go to my screen.
Go ahead, sir.
Perfect. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Let's see here. Great. So again, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. I have the pleasure of being here on behalf of RKM Development, and our intended use and the requested density are already permitted. So the rezoning largely addresses site challenges with this use. I'll be brief. We've submitted supporting memos in advance of the hearing. We're not aware of any opposition. And then lastly, we have no objections from staff except for one technical objection, which I'll address. This slide, David and LaShawn did a great job of going through. Just to give you some context, this is the subject property, and then these are the four corners of the quadrant of the intersection of Havana and Hillsborough. Let's see here. And then, unfortunately, the church that you saw has been abandoned and has fallen into disrepair. Unfortunately, now it's being used really as a trash dump as well as a homeless encampment. So just wanted to give you a true flavor for what this site currently is. Our proposal, and this is our landscape plan and site plan, is to redevelop the site with a new prototype 7-Eleven with a co-located restaurant. We work very closely with Natural Resources on the landscaping to make sure that it's thoughtful and lush and robust. And so that's the plan you see here. We do have 5 waivers, and the one that I wanted to spend time with is the last one, which is the allowance of commercial access on local streets. And the image, the aerial image you're seeing on the right hand of the screen with the yellow areas is the current configuration. As you'll note, there are currently 6 access points, 2 on Hillsborough, 1 on Havana, 2 on the local street of Mohawk, and then 1 on Tampania. What we're proposing was largely dictated by FDOT, and just to go through, first of all, what they dictated, and then secondly, what we're proposing, but in general, is taking those 6 access points and reducing them to 3, actually it's 2.5. What FDOT dictated to us is absolutely no access at all on Havana. And then as it relates to Hillsborough, right-in only, but no ability to egress from the site. So that left us with no chance or no alternative other than to have access on Mohawk and then Tampania. As you saw from the picture from LaShawn, the access here on Tampania is directly across from commercial access. This is a Crystal fast food restaurant, so it's directly aligned with that, which we thought was sensitive. And then as it relates to Mohawk, and as David was mentioning before, there are 2 single-family residences. One was here, the other one is here. And so what we tried to do is move that access point as far west as possible to be immediately across from this multifamily use, directly across from us on Mohawk, which is deemed to be a commercial use. So that's the one objection that we had. With that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have, but I just wanted to cover that one loose end.
Any questions? Hearing none, there's nobody on the second floor, but I will ask, do we have anybody for public comment in person? Do we have anybody registered for item number 10?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Can we get a motion to close?
Move to close.
Motion from Councilman Citro, second.
Just a comment.
Councilman,
Just a comment before you close.
yes, sir.
Mr. Gardner, I just wanted to, it's sad to see any church or religious institution going, getting torn down, but I have noticed that it was abandoned in recent times. What was I going to say? Oh, I wanted to commend you and your team about moving that entrance and being more sensitive to the single-family home behind it. And I think moving it over to the west is the appropriate place to go. So thank you.
Appreciate it. It's a tough site to configure, but they did a great job of doing it.
Yep.
We had a motion to close in a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Carlson.
Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder, would you mind reading item number 10?
Sure.
John, can you hear me?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you right before a good motion, but two things I'd be remiss if I didn't mention. In the staff report, which I did confirm.
Wait, we
and I
have to
just
get a
wanted
motion to
clarify-
reopen the hearing.
I'm sorry.
Motion
Okay.
for Citro to reopen, second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor, aye? Go
Aye.
ahead, sir.
I just wanted to be completely candid and make sure we're all on the same page here. The staff report has the northern setback of 6 feet, and I know LaShawn in her presentation mentioned it as 8, and I just wanted to clarify that it is 6 feet. So the staff report is correct there. I can understand the problem. I noticed that today the site plan and the data table states 8 feet, but it's shown on the drawing as 6 feet. So just want to clarify that. And then secondly, we have worked with Natural Resources. Currently, the waiver is to remove 3 Grand Oaks, but that has now been reduced to 2. So just wanted to make sure there were no surprises when we revised the site plan between first and second reading.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Martin
Yes.
Shelby, does that have to be notated during the motion, Ms. Dock? Or is that on the revision? I believe that's in addition to the revision sheet, those corrections, is that correct?
Correct. LaShawn Dock Development Coordination, the changes mentioned by the applicant would be in addition to the changes already requested to be made between first and second reading.
And if that could be part of the motion, please, Mr. Dingfelder.
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Goods. All in favor? All right, Councilman Dingfelder.
I'll move the following ordinance in regard to REZ 21-19. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2717 West Hillsborough Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, from zoning district classification CG Commercial General to PD Plan Development, Retail Sales, Convenience Goods, and Gasoline, providing an effective date, and specifically that the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code. And I find that the requested waivers do not adversely affect the public health, safety, and general welfare. Specifically, I do believe they comply with Land Development Code 27136, and that the waivers comply with 27139(4). My motion would also include making the changes that are on the staff list, as well as the additional changes mentioned by Mr. Gardner tonight. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder with the second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
Last item of the night. Item 11.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman and Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. The last item for the night is REZ 2120. This is for the project area, which is bounded by Spruce to the north, Spruce Street, Rome Avenue to the west, North Boulevard is the boundary to the east, and then I-275 is the boundary to the south.
Mr. Chairman, just
the
a point of
request-
order.
Yes?
Quick question. Just so everybody can guide themselves accordingly, are there any speakers on second floor
No,
or on the
there's no-
telephone?
Nobody.
Nobody on this?
Just the applicants.
Wonderful. Just want everybody to be aware of that. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. And the request is to rezone the property, the project area from NMU, which is Neighborhood Mixed Use 35, to PD Plan Development. It is to allow all uses allowed in Section 212, Table 212.2, which is the NMU district. Retail sales, shoppers goods, drive-up ATM, private schools, college, university, hotel with a maximum of 200 rooms, bank, and banquet drive-through ATM. And what I'll do now is hand it over to David Hay with the Planning Commission to give his report, and then if you could return to me and I will complete my report. Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. We end the evening in the Central Tampa Planning District. This is the West Riverfront redevelopment area. This site is served by Harts Route 7, which runs along West Main Street. The subject site is within 2 evacuation zones, B and C, and the closest public recreational facility is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Recreation Complex. That's located approximately 800 feet to the northwest of the subject site, and to the southeast of the subject site, we have the Julian B. Lane Park. Here we have an aerial. We should all be familiar with this. This is North Boulevard, Interstate 275. Some redevelopment is already occurring in what used to be North Boulevard Homes. This is the Hillsborough River. You have Blake High School immediately to the east. Here we have the adopted future land use map. This salmon color is that neighborhood mixed use 35 category. This is the only location in the entire city that the neighborhood mixed use 35 category is found. The blue represents public. That's there's 2 schools located here. Immediately to the northwest, we have the residential 50, and then some residential 20 in the light brown, and there's some represented by the red, the community commercial 35. The subject site is located west of the Hillsborough River, which has been identified as an area appropriate for mixed-use development. The comprehensive plan also encourages a mix of uses to support walking and the use of public transit. The comprehensive plan also seeks to provide residential development near employment and public transit options consistent with the compact city form strategy. The subject site is in proximity to the central business district with access to public transit and will further the related policy direction of the comprehensive plan. Proposed mixed-use development will provide housing and retail options to serve the needs of Tampa's growing population. The city of Tampa developed the neighborhood mixed-use future land use categories to implement the vision outlined in the West Riverfront redevelopment plan. The categories encourage the development of multifamily residential and neighborhood serving uses. In the context of the comprehensive plan, quote, neighborhood serving, unquote, has been interpreted as allowing a maximum of commercial neighborhood uses. Though the city included the term neighborhood serving in the description of the land use category, while creating the NMU zoning districts, several uses typically deemed as commercial general were included in the NMU table of uses, which is in section 27-212-4 in the Land Development Code. The submitted site plan provides for several uses that are not permitted in the NMU zoning districts, such as, but not limited to, the retail sales, shoppers goods, and private schools. These typically commercial general uses can be considered in the NMU future land use categories if the city deems them appropriate under section 27-59 of the Land Development Code. The adopted comprehensive plan currently only allows a maximum of a 1.0 FAR for single-use structures and a 1.5 floor area ratio for vertical mixed-use structures. To allow greater flexibility, the City of Tampa has submitted a comprehensive plan amendment in the February cycle of plan amendments to clarify maximum floor area ratio in overall permitted uses. Since this rezoning is going to hearing before the proposed comprehensive plan text amendment, which is TACPA 21-04, the applicant has included language in the site plan, see note 11, which will allow flexibility in the development of the site as the proposed text amendment works through the process. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the proposed language under note 11 and finds it consistent with the intent of the NMU future land use categories. Overall, the proposed plan development will implement the overall vision outlined in the West Riverfront redevelopment plan. The rezoning will provide for a mixed-use development overall that provides an interconnected grid of streets, which supports walking and transit usage. So based on those considerations and the note provided under note 11, the Planning Commission staff finds proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. LaShawn?
Thank you, Chair and Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination, if I may share my screen. Thank you. And do you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this request again is to rezone from NMU 35 neighborhood mixed use to PD plan development. On the site plan, there are a total of 9 waivers requested. Let me change my view just a second. So these are the waivers which are requested, which are on the site plan, and you'll see several of the waivers are related to natural resources waivers, and then there's a waiver to transportation for parking, loading spaces, a reduction in loading spaces, and the dimensions of the loading spaces which will be provided. Also, they have a waiver to maneuver in the right-of-way for the loading and solid waste service, and to allow access for non-residential parking lots to a local street. So the applicant proposes to rezone the property, which is in the general vicinity, which David has shown you on the map, in West Tampa, which is bounded by the interstate to the south, Rome is to the west, Boulevard is to the east, and they are requesting to develop the site with a mixture of uses listed. This would allow for all uses allowed in the NMU districts: retail sales, shoppers goods, drive-up ATM, private school, college, university, hotel with a maximum of 200 rooms, a bank, and a banquet drive-through ATM. The request consists of approximately 31.59 acres, and that is all of the sites that you saw identified on the map provided by David, and I can show you on the aerial shortly. All of these are contained within the West River Vision Plan area. The applicant is proposing the ability to develop the uses permitted and listed in the use table within the project boundary. So the project boundary has been identified. As the applicant comes in for permitting, prior to permitting, they must submit for incremental site plan review. It is reviewed by staff to ensure it is consistent with the approved PD, should the PD plan be approved. And then from that point, they will move forward to permitting. So this is the process requested through this PD process. So they have provided in the site plan an overall boundary with the project and the block areas identified, and then the uses would be permitted anywhere within that location. So the NMU zoning districts were created through an area-wide rezoning in 2016. This would be the first rezoning before council from the NMU district. So just to provide the brief background, and then the table has been submitted for you also in the staff report. But the NMU zoning district regulations, they are a combination of form-based code regulations and standard code provisions. So these zoning districts were developed to implement the West River redevelopment plan. This project does not encompass the entire West River NMU district, but it is located within that boundary. And the goal of the West River redevelopment plan was to create a mixed income, mixed use neighborhood, which incorporates neighborhood serving uses. So the majority of the parcels located within this overall project area are currently vacant. And I can show you pictures of the site and what's surrounding the site. The maximum building height proposed is 85 feet for primary structures and 45 feet for accessory structures. Development on the blocks west of the project have each required variances or design exceptions due to the trees and the form-based code requirements. So if approved, this PD would allow the applicant flexibility to develop the remaining parcels within this planning area with the permitted uses as listed. The future land use designation of the site is NMU 35, which David has mentioned. It does allow for a maximum of 1.5 FAR for vertical mixed use projects or residential projects, and a 1.0 FAR for non-residential, or 35 units per acre, the developer's option in the NMU. So this is an aerial of the site, and the parcels are identified here in red, outlined in red. And to orient you on this aerial, this is I-275 along the south. This is Rome Avenue on the west, Spruce Avenue is the north boundary, and then Boulevard is on the east. This is the site plan submitted. There was a site plan packet actually submitted, but this is the site plan. To orient you on this plan, this is the interstate, which would be located to the south, which is off the picture on the site plan. North Boulevard is here on the east. This is Spruce Street on the north. This is Rome Avenue on the west. So the blocks that are outlined in this blue line or purple line, these are the blocks under the request. The areas that are grayed are not included within this request. And what I've done is I've taken the aerial and zoomed in on the aerial. The majority of the site is fenced, so there is no internal access to the site. So the photos that I'll show you, I'll just take you along the boundary of the site. So we'll start south end of the site here along Main Street, then we'll work our way to the west up to the northwest portion, then we'll run along the north, come back east, and back to the south. So this is the south end of the site on Main Street. Here are the views of the site. This is one area where it was open, but you can see construction is going on. So the majority, you can see in the picture to the right, the majority of the site is fenced. This is the site. This is the northwest corner of Main and Oregon. This is the view on the picture on the right, the view looking west on Main. This is west of the site, so this is on Rome. So this will starting from Main and working your way north on Rome. This is west of the site also. This is on Rome Avenue. And then this is at the corner on the picture on the right, the northwest corner of Rome and Spruce. On the picture on the left is the northwest portion of the site, which is on Spruce Street. The picture on the right is north of the site. This is the northeast corner of Rome and Spruce. And then these are pictures north of the site, which are the elementary school that's located to the north. This is the north end of the site that's on the left. This is on Spruce Street that's looking south. The picture on the right is north of the site. That's the view on Spruce Street, and that's looking east. And you can see the overpass to Boulevard there in the distance in the picture. And this is a view, just brings us around to the east side of the site. This is looking south on Boulevard. This is the overpass in the left side of the picture. Blake is on the other side of the left side of that picture. This is the east end of the site, the picture in the center. And then the picture on the right is is east of the site, and that's Blake. This is the south side of the site, so it brings us back around to the south, and you can see the interstate there in the background. So the Development Review Committee has reviewed the application, finds the request inconsistent with City of Tampa Land Development Code. This is in reference to the findings from transportation. Please reference those within the staff report. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers in the application, there are site plan revisions required between first and second reading. So there are site plan revisions that are listed within the staff report. There's also an additional revision required, and that is to remove a note on the plan which states that no single tenant shall exceed 35,000 square feet. These changes should be made between first and second reading. The applicant has agreed to make all changes requested. And this concludes staff's presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
All right.
Move to close.
Wait. If you want to. But, Mr. Kramer, please raise your right hand so we can swear you in.
Do you swear affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Who moved to close, Jake or somebody?
No, Vieira, Councilman Vieira. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council. In light of the late hour, and I can take a hint when I need to. Jake Kramer, 401 East Jackson Street. We've got a presentation prepared and happy to present if anyone has specific questions. But think staff really hit the high points, council. The main idea here, that the entire purpose of this PD is actually to implement that West River vision plan that the city worked on so hard with THA in 2015. We've learned through experience with the development that's actually going on the property now that we just need some updates really to the NMU category. And that's essentially what this PD is doing. We weren't able to include all of the THA property in this PD because some of those blocks, again, are under active development now. We received one call in support, and I'm not aware of any other opposition to the project. We've worked on the waivers with staff and believe that those meet the criteria in the code. So with that, I'll just I'll close and offer, our entire team is here if you do have any questions. So thank you.
Any questions, or we go to public Mr. Shelby, yes, sir.
Just a question for Ms. Dock. Did you say there was a revision sheet associated with this in the staff report?
There are site plan modifications to be made between first and second reading. And I believe they were in the report. They're not included.
Oh, I'm looking for a revision sheet. I just didn't happen to see it. I'm sorry.
I apologize, it may not have been included. They're just listed under the individual departmental. I apologize, it's not listed as a separate site plan modification sheet as we normally put in the staff report, but the modifications as listed under each department, those are the ones required between first and second reading.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody in the public that is here to speak? There's nobody on the second floor. Do we have anybody registered?
There are no registered speakers for this
A
item.
motion closed from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading this last item?
Sure. We're on item 11. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1510, 1514, 1516, 1520, West Spruce Street, 901, 1301 Green Street, 1830 North Oregon Street, with folio numbers 1798222.0016, 179822.0032, and 1798222.0034 in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from Zoning District Classification, NMU 35, Neighborhood Mixed Use to PD Plan Development, all uses allowed in Section 212, Table 212.2, Retail Sales, Shoppers Goods, Drive-Up ATM, Private Schools, University, College University, Hotel, maximum 200 rooms, bank and with bank drive-through, ATM, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira with the second from Councilman Citro.
And you were going to say,
Sir, why don't you do it?
go ahead. I'm dumber than usual tonight.
And the revision sheet as outlined by Ms. Dock and as agreed to by the applicant.
Yes, thank you very much. Revision sheet as agreed and stipulated to by the parties.
Motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Citro. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 6th at 9:30 a.m.
That's
Thank
it.
you all.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson, do you have any new business, sir?
Just quickly, because I'm not able to talk to you all because of sunshine outside of this, I wanted to let you know on the so-called toilet to tap issue. I talked to the chief of staff, and he recommended I meet with Chuck Weber, who Mr. Ander calls Kansas. And so I did that on Monday. I think we had a good meeting. My concern was about the attitude the city of Tampa and the water department took in the past toward regional collaboration. And in the long conversation with him, it seems like the attitude is changing or has changed. And one result of the conversation that we had was that he sent out the draft of the alternatives, which I think all of you got by email. The environmental groups and others were concerned that the city was not, in the past, had not been transparent about things like that, and so he's committed to a new level of transparency to submit information, circulate information, and several of the key options that include the region are included in those alternatives, and we'll continue to push on those, and I'll meet with them, and I know you all will as well. But I'm pushing for transparency to make sure we are fiscally responsible. One of the ideas I pushed would save hundreds of millions of dollars over doing it ourselves. And I think that we may be making some headway. So I want to thank Mr. Weber and Chief Bennett and Gene Duncan and others for their interest, and also the mayor in their interest in trying to be collaborative and transparent on these issues. Thank you.
Councilman Goods. Councilman Citro.
Yes, I would like to, Tampa City Council to give a commendation to the 2021 American Athletic Conference champions, University of South Florida women's basketball team, for their winning their first ever athletic conference title and going to the NCAA Division I women's basketball tournament.
Motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And is this an off-site? This is off-site, Councilman Citro?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think it already happened. It happened today.
Yes, it already happened.
Oh, this is okay. So fast. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else, sir?
Nothing else this evening. Thank
Councilman
you.
Vieira?
I believe I only have one, Mr. Chair. I'd motioned last week for the administration to report to us next week on the prospective use of American Relief Act funds. That's the federal stimulus act signed into law by President Joe Biden. And it appears that that's going to be a little bit too soon. So I want to go ahead and withdraw that, if I may,
Yes.
as first motion.
Motion from Councilman Vieira to withdraw, second from Councilman Goods. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then the next motion that I would have, because it appears that by the time the administration gets guidance on how these funds can be used, it's going to be conflicting with the budget season, so to speak. And so I think it would just be worthy for us to pass a sense of council that, to the extent that it is legally permissible, which I think it will be, that American Relief Act funds be used in part to address some of our public safety deficits that we've been talking about in the city of Tampa. I know we talked about Tampa Fire Rescue with regards to East Tampa, help in West Tampa, Channelside, New Tampa, Station 13, and North Tampa, et cetera. And to the extent that those funds can be used in part, because I know there's a lot of different uses for them, to help remedy those deficits, I'd like to have a sense of council in that regard.
Motion from Councilman Vieira.
So moved. Second.
From Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
Councilman Dingfelder?
Nothing tonight, thank you.
And if I may, I apologize. Let's, if somebody here, I don't know, could just communicate that to administration via maybe I'll just send them a text or whatever. Just to let them know. There you go.
All right. Nothing, sir?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman, thank you, good meeting.
Councilman Miranda, do you have anything?
Yes, sir, I have one with 4 items under it. As finance chair, I would like to request that staff provide a report for receipt and file in regards to the A1, a budget amendment analysis required to give Mr. Martin Shelby a raise to the $155,000. And I said it before, I'm not opposed. I just got to know why and how we came to those items. Items 2, review where the raises fit into the comparable staff of the city attorney's office based on a 40 or more hour week. 3, how the pay is commensurate to other outside council pay and workload. And 4, how the increases correspond to the city's charter as it relates to the interpretation for the increase.
Second.
I have that in one.
No, Mr. Citro seconded?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So what's that expression about kicking the horse, dead horse or something or other, kicking the dead dog? I think we've wrestled with this long enough. recently. I think I can't support the motion if Mr. Miranda wants to get this information offline from staff. He has that prerogative and right to do that, but I can't support the motion because, frankly, I think we've already spent too much time on this already. Thank you.
All right, we have a
That's
motion.
fine with me, Mr. Dingfelder.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda. Do we have a second? Was Councilman Citro with the second? All in favor?
And if I may, just to
Yes, sir.
clarify, Councilman Miranda is seeking to have more information on how the number was arrived at, or?
Well, like I said, you need a budget amendment. The number was arrived, I don't know how, and I don't know how was it any analysis done, or it was just a number picked out of the sky. I don't really know how. And I think it's incumbent on me as finance chair to find out where the number came from. I mean, I just don't know.
Okay.
If I'm asked a question, I don't have an answer.
Yes, sir. And I'll support it as a professional courtesy. I do think we voted on this, but if a member of this body wants that information, I can support that as a professional courtesy. But yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Yes?
Well, I mean, if Mr. Miranda's asking that, are we asking that could these comparables be done with all the city attorneys?
I'm asking that a review where the raises fits into the comparable staff of the city clerk. In other words, it might be a tumbling effect somehow and somewhere in this city's office of attorney's office that is based on 40 or 40 more hour a week. In other words, we haven't compared it to much of anything. We came up with a review and we did it, and that's fine. I understand that. But I want to compare it to the city staff of city attorneys, I don't know how many attorneys we have in the city. I would imagine it's more than 15 in that regard. So I want it to base on a 40-hour week or more, and is the pay commensurate to outside council pay and workload. And so we have something to compare with. If we go out and somebody asks us, what are you going to tell them?
Mr. Miranda, I respect you, sir, tremendously, but that's kind of like saying the clerk's office. When I look at the numbers, I don't think they're comparable to some of the other cities as well, too. So if that's the case, we may look at down the road looking at all departments in the future. But as a courtesy, like Mr. Vieira said, I'll go ahead and support it. But again, I just think that we just kicking a dead horse that we've already.
I'm not asking to kick the horse. I'm not asking to change anyone's mind at all. Not at all. I don't kick a dead horse because the son or the daughter of the dead horse may kick me. And so I know when I've gotten kicked by a horse before, and I was 19 days in the hospital. But I can tell you that it's just something that I think it's necessary for the public to understand where it came from.
Councilman Carlson, then Dingfelder, or Vieira, and then.
Yeah, I would just respectfully vote against it. I did my own analysis, and I am in favor of getting more information, but we got a bunch of information at last two meetings ago. More, I think, than any of us got on the salary review of the legislative aides. I think that there was some toying with the categories under the last city attorney, and I have a concern about this position being treated fairly, and some of the back channel questions and concerns I've heard I think are not fair. Any implication that our attorney is not working a 40-hour week, I agree he's working probably 80 hours a week. I'll respectfully vote against this, but I would ask that in my own analysis, I think that he should get paid more than what was proposed. And so if a fair, objective analysis is done, I think we should propose increasing it. Thank you.
Question on the motion. I'm sorry, Lewis was next.
And John, you can go first, sir. Go ahead.
So, question on the motion, Mr. Miranda, is I don't know if you specified who's supposed to be doing this analysis. I would presume that should be done by HR as an objective body. I'm still not going to support it, but I just wanted to clarify that. And also, in terms of your timing, I do believe, what was our timing, Mr. Chairman, in regard to bringing back the resolution?
For Mr. Shelby,
Yeah,
next pay period, which would be 15 days from now.
right. So I didn't know if you're trying to jump this in before we pass the resolution, or you just want to do it after the fact.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Dingfelder, I think you know me better than that. I'm not trying to subvert you or anyone else in this council. The vote is taken. I just want the information. And if this council tells me I can't get it, I understand that. And so we go from there.
Okay, and which agency, HR, are you comfortable with HR?
The HR agency is more likely the one that handles all of the city's things when it comes to this effect. So I would ask the administration for them to do what they have to do to get the information from HR or whoever. I don't know who does that. You said HR, then I have to take your word as HR. I usually think that HR is the one that does all the analysis, and some statistician has the workload in comparison, these things when they hire people, when they do things. I would imagine it is HR.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just
And
for my
then-
second comment, I mean, based on that, if HR is going to do the analysis, and I've seen the studies done by HR in the past, they've been objective. I remember, even though we're all tired, I remember that Mr. Miranda has supported me many times when I've asked for similar kinds of information to be requested. And even though I fully support our city council attorney and will stand by our motion before and or increasing it, I will change my vote to yes. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilman Vieira.
Yeah, well, and I was going to ask, and again, I'm going to stand by my vote with regards to the salary. I think I indicated that a county court judge makes, I believe it is a similar number. I think that is a reasonable number to go. I think going higher than that, I think is something that is not warranted under the circumstances. I know them, but I'll support this. But one question on the motion, sir. And again, I'm glad to support this as a professional courtesy to a fine gentleman. But are you looking for a report or a written report or
I would like a written report so that we can all have the written report, all 7 of them.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not asking for anything else other than that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, I always give deference. I'm going to support Ms. Miranda, but no matter how it comes back, the charter says this body has the right to impose the salary for our attorney. And again, I think he's deserve a little bit more than he's getting. It's working for 7 people. So I just want to make that position clear. If it comes back, however it comes back, I'm still going to support Mr. Shelby getting a decent salary for what he's done for almost 15 years and had not been compensated properly.
All right. We have a motion from, yes, Councilman.
Mr. Chairman, I'll, in light of everybody else, in your wise comments and Mr. Miranda, I appreciate all you do and all you've done for this city. I'll support your motion as long as the return date is, 30 days from now. Give HR plenty of time to address the issue. You okay with that, Mr. Miranda?
Yeah, I'm not, I can't tell HR what to do and how to do it or when to do it. I'm asking for this and they go through the system. It may take a week, it may take 2 months. I don't know what they're going to do. I really don't.
Okay.
I haven't asked them.
Well, I think we like to put dates on things because
May 6th would be 30 days.
If you're okay with May 6th, I'll support your motion.
I'm fine with May 6th.
Okay.
So May 6th under staff report.
should we workshop this?
No. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda with a second from Councilmember Citro, correct? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All
That's
right.
it. Thank you very much.
I hand you the gavel.
I'm
but it
sorry,
was
Mr. Chairman, I'm
taken
sorry.
away. Yes, sir.
I didn't hear the clerk declare the vote. I'm sorry.
Do you have the vote?
Motion carried unanimously with Miranda and Citro being the second.
I did not vote for it. It was not unanimous. Yep.
Well, let's have a roll call vote, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to clear out the vote.
Viera,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Maniscalco voting no.
All right, Councilman Citro, I'm gonna hand you the gavel. I have two motions. First is I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to Tampa Pride for their continued commitment to demonstrate diversity as a community. This commendation will be presented at the Diversity Parade on Saturday, May 22nd.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you very much. And the last one is I'd like to make a motion to present a commendation to LaShawn Dock, who will be retiring from the city after nearly 18 years of serving the citizens in planning and development. I'd like to present this commendation to LaShawn next Thursday, April 15th, because April 16th will be her last day.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Councilman Good, second for Councilman Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you. All right. Right before midnight.
I wouldn't treat a dog, oh my Lord, the way you treated me. Got me crying for love and I needed, begging like a dog for a bone. Although I spend all of my time pleading, you turn your back and you leave me one of these old days. Lord knows, and it's true. Just when you need me the most, I'll walk right out on you. Then you say